Yo, yo, yo. Hey. Hey, what's up, everybody? How's it going? How is it going? How is it going? How is it flowing? How is it Joe Schmoing? Everybody had a good amount of fiber intake today, I hope. Feeling well? YouTube stream is live. Okay. I think we've got the cross checks complete. My hair is so poofy. There's no way to not make it at this point. It's just so, my hair is out of control. I need to get another haircut again already. These barbers, I tell you, they're getting their money's worth out of me. They're absolutely getting their money's worth out of me. There is no doubt about it. There is no doubt about it. Sport Clips is having a field day with me. They're having a field day with me. All right. Katie just left for her shift. I'm gonna do one co-op game, and then we're gonna play 1v1s. So one co-op game and then 1v1s. That's the game plan today. Today was a pretty chill day. Katie and I had some really nice ARAMs. We went and got pumpkin spice lattes for breakfast this morning. That was a little treat. I actually haven't had coffee in quite a bit. So we just had a nice little morning, afternoon together. Went for a nice walk. The ducks, man. The ducks at the pond. We have a beautiful duck pond by us. It's just been really, really nice.
That's when we'll torch the infested structures.
I got some nice photos and videos of the ducks. Got some nice photos and videos of the ducks. Looked like the U.S. elections yesterday were pretty opposed to insanity, which was nice.
This is the home front now.
It's nice when you wake up and see like good news. You know, it feels rare. It feels rare to wake up and see good news on anywhere. So that was nice. That was nice.
I could get a lot for this gun. I could guess I'm on your list. We're the higher authority. Who'd I piss off?
And it's just raining. It's so nice. I open the window. I can hear it. I can hear it with these headphones too. I can hear the rain just pattering down.
Empire's right behind me.
It's nice, man. It's really nice.
I could get a lot for this gun. My dominion, right or wrong. If you can't leave it, love it. I'm complying. We're the higher authority.
Well, the deal with this is we just basically make nothing but the Earth Splitter ordinance now. Like that's pretty much it.
I'm no traitor.
We'll build another command center because A, it gives supply, and B, gives us
I'm no traitor. Is that you? Look at who's resisting us today.
Oh, that rain is just so nice.
It's almost here.
Pitter patter.
I'd start getting ready to deal with the infested if I were you.
It is really nice out.
Sir.
The sun is down. Defend against the infested until it rises again.
I love the sound of that rain. Love it.
Resisting us today. I'm proud. Suit's fitting okay.
Katie and I have still yet to secure a victory royale in the Simpsons season of Fortnite so far. That's been you know, putting a lot of strain on us in our relationship, as you can imagine. Enemy spell vamp, enemy cloaked. Oh, okay. Well, we're playing defensively because of the nature of this mission, so that shouldn't be a problem. Yo, Bryson, it's good. Everyone, happy Wednesday. Positive vibes. Yeah. How's it going, man? How are you? I'm doing a co-op game to warm myself up, get ready for some Starcraft, and not too much else. Not too much else happening. Yeah, we could probably leave a few bunkered guys here, I guess. We're gonna need it. We're gonna just need that. There, see, now he's got the buff. Now all the units have the buffs. Just gonna make one last one, and we start making the big turrets. How hard is this? I mean, I've done these missions about like 1 billion times, so technically I'm playing with extra difficult modifiers as well. So it's like, I don't know, let's see. All the enemy units are cloaked, and they heal when they attack us. So we're playing with some extra parameters. It's, oh yeah, Brutal Plus. Brutal Plus is the difficulty. How much would you have to spend on all the commanders? I don't even remember how much they cost. I don't think I've bought one since the last one that was released was like 2018 or 2017, maybe. It feels like it's been a very, very, very long time, honestly. It feels like it's been a long time since they released. Manx was the last one, I believe. Manx was the final commander that they released. They were already, they felt like co-op was like, you know, non-canon in a way. They had to non-canonize it in some ways just because of they were like using characters that were dead in the story, you know. That was something that ended up coming up quite a bit in the internal conversations about co-op anyway. Yeah, see, look at that. That's beautiful. Beautiful.
Time to get to work. We have to burn away enough of the infestation before the day ends. Start with the structures I've marked.
But this is the beauty of this is, you know, you can just blow everything up from afar with Manx. That's like that's his deal. So he's quite, this is actually pretty good. I went random map, random commander. So I didn't know who I was gonna get to play as for this one. You can just do so much. Just do so much. The cloaked enemies are definitely annoying. Like, that's not something that, you know, I'm not gonna pretend that makes my life easier. Let's just try summoning. Let's just see. Can these guys do anything, even if they're kind of surrounded by those invisible units, right? It makes things a little bit tougher.
There's still a lot of infestation to go.
It's like you're warming up to play toss. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't know which one I was gonna get when I queued, so this one plays a bit different than most of the other commanders. But I really like playing Manx because it's like a completely different type of game. you just spam. It's like the catapults from Age of Empires, but on crack. You know what I mean? It's Age of Empires catapults and trebuchets on just absolute demon time. But there's like, I think a dozen or so commanders. I believe that some of them were originally free with the campaign, so if you had already bought Starcraft, you got like Raynor and Kerrigan, and etc. So I don't think there was ever, I don't know, maybe like $70. I think are the commanders like $7 each? I thought they were like $7 or $8. So you're paying like tax or something too, then you're probably getting closer. But I honestly don't know. I haven't looked at years. I haven't looked at the price of a co-op commander in a very long time. There's just been no need. There's just been no need. All right, I think we're getting to the point now where our guys are actually saturating, which is important.
But I advise against it, Commander.
He's also doing a send units outside the base to bombard stuff strategy. I love that. Look at this. We're going to clear this whole mission without either of us leaving our base. We're going to clear this mission without either of us leaving our base. This is incredible. This is exactly what I want. And there we go. Look at that. Summon the hordes. Summon the hordes. It's not like you can see the zombies to get baited by them. They can only attack the buildings. In a weird way, they can only attack the buildings, right? So, yeah, they won't necessarily last as long as they would if they killed everything, but they're also focused. They're focused on the mission. There's something beautiful about that. There's something beautiful about that. They're locked in, you could say. They don't have anything else they could be up to, which kind of, you know, reduces a little bit of the... At least reduces a little bit of the risk.
The infested will be here any minute.
In some way. They will dive the objective because there is nothing else to attack. They can't attack the units, they can't be baited. The Ultralists cannot be baited into fighting zombies for 20 minutes, etc. I'm just gonna like try clicking all over the mini map here. Do you see this? Just get them to completely start blowing up totally random subsections of stuff.
Advice against it, commanders. It'll be easier to take out the structures in the daytime. Chokers. They'll pull in your forces and stun them if they aren't dealt with.
There we go. I just dropped 4 bunkers down here to just try help hold this.
Amon supporting the infested with his own forces. It's gonna be a long night. Surprise! Your present arrived. Hey, sure you want to do that at night, commanders? The infested will be here any minute. Won't be long now.
Oh, I see. The issue here is the bunkers can't even see them. Get the
Personnel, move out.
Oh, he's eating my guys, tasteless. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's okay.
That's our cue. We won't have enough time later if we destroy too few structures today.
You guys remember the original mod of this? Yeah, this was one of my favorite missions in the original campaign for Starcraft. Especially because it was also one of the first missions you got to use the Hellion. And the Hellion was so good in the Wings of Liberty campaign. The Hellion's a completely different unit in Wings campaign compared to how it ended up being in 1v1. And it's absolutely one of those mildly heartbreaking things. It's like, damn, I wish I had that sort of deal. Alright, let's just summon stuff, right? Let them just go. Let them run amok. Ideally chase everything down, get to the good stuff. We gotta clear this out, right? So let's keep summoning things. Good. Good. What is mine? Contaminated strike. Oh my god, I have Toxic Tyrant and I haven't even used it. I haven't even used it. Oh, there's a ghost killing all my guys here, huh?
You know what's best.
Wow, it's actually sick.
Detecting more structures at this location.
What the hell? Bro, he totally nuked my guys, didn't he?
This is the home front now.
Oh, I have infinite range if I use this one. Same as Star Jeweled and Iron Chef. Dude, I played so much Star Jeweled. Bejeweled was for us millennials anyway, Bejeweled was the hallmark of competitive Facebook gaming. Alright? Nobody wanted to play Words with Friends with me because I was a nerd who read way too many books, but Bejeweled, Bejeweled, I could use my snap decision making, quick reaction times, Starcraft level APM spam ability. Oh, Bejeweled was such a good time. Got a lot of good memories with Bejeweled. Will that destroy the buildings? No, it just kind of damages the other stuff. I can just drop bunkers back here though, right? Yeah, see, this is the move. reveal things when it hits them with the fear? It does. Wow. Wow. Fear decloaks. That's good to know. Oh my goodness, the units are getting dragged to their demise. That does happen from time to time, huh? But what's left? What's left to get? They're pretty much there. There's just a few buildings that are out of range for me. That's it. We went back to get the portrait for Starfield and Legacy, and the speed is cracked. You should check it out. The AI you play against is like X10. You know, I don't think I got the achievement stuff for that. Maybe I would try it again at some point. The closest, really my favorite non-PvP content is co-op, just because you can always play with new people. It's a great way to meet other people who enjoy Starcraft, especially on the casual side. Okay. So what I do is I call this down, right? And then I use forced conscription to drop my guys right here next to the objective. And then we target it, right? That's it. And then we win. That's it. We should win right here. Unless he kills my bunker and all my guys before I pop this. Nope, there it is.
That's the last of it. The planet's saved, commanders.
We did it, ladies and gentlemen. We did it. We saved the city. We saved the city. We shaved the whales. We went Super Saiyan 4. We did a lot of really cool stuff that probably wasn't physically possible before we did it. So pat yourselves on the back. Nathan's gonna start a nice long auto battle, and we've got a good thing going on here, all right? So just prepare yourselves. Prepare yourselves. How are you doing, Kylie? But yeah, the portrait if you kill the stank, dude. Yeah, it was like left to die, right? Wasn't that it? Wasn't that like the custom? Is it still? Let me see if I can find it. Right, wasn't it? I don't know if that custom game is even still there. Yeah, I'm like searching for it and I don't even see it. Battle.net is chugging right now. There you go. Is this the official one? Yeah, by Blizzard. Cooperative version of the Wings of Liberty campaign mission Outbreak with evolved Zerg strains, a customizable tech tree, and a brand new game mode called Night to Die, where the attacks never end. Now, see, that actually sounds awesome. Right? Does that not sound incredible? Can we see info on this? Is it like a date? When did this map get updated? Version 1.0, July 25th, 2012. Bro. Yeah, no, that was straight up the co-op beta. That was it. That was exactly what it was. The co-op beta way back when. Left to Die. What a great game mode. All right, let's play some 1v1s. Yeah, so there's not much going on out here. It's really rainy. It's really rainy out in Bellingham. So just kind of been vibing, TBH, not getting up to too much, but also trying to get up to a little something. Weather is something right now for sure. Yeah, it's crazy. I thought it was supposed. Weather.com told me that the rain was going to be done by 5 and it would just be windy. So, but it's very clearly still raining. It seems to be very windy. There's yeah. Wild.
SCV ready. I'm going.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Hope you're doing well, by the way, Kyler. Good to see you.
What's going on?
Gotta try to make plans soon. Things have kind of been crazy with the family. We gotta meet up. We finally got a chance to meet up with them again after everything this week, and then hopefully next week we should have a little bit more time. I don't know when we've got to go do. I don't know when all of the other things associated with that will be. But we probably have a couple ceremonies and stuff to go to. Yeah. Whatever it's called. I don't really know. I don't really consider myself an expert on that process. But anyway, we've got a Terran versus Terran this game. I probably should have scouted for a proxy barracks. I'm gonna send an SCV out now. I don't think I can really do anything about it, but I can at least In this scenario, if I saw a proxy this late, what I would do is not build the tech lab after the Reaper. I would try to build 2 Reapers in this situation if I saw proxy racks. But if there's no proxy, then I can pretty safely go into the tech lab and just go right to Cyclones. BlizzCon stuff is interesting. Wonder if it'll mean anything. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Hey, for me, it's like we may not get what we want out of this, but I do think we're going from not eating at all to eating something, right? Blizzard hasn't put on anything for Starcraft. You know, ESL's basically been paying out of pocket for 2 years. 2 or 3 years, ESL's been paying completely out of pocket. There's no sponsorship money coming in from Blizzard at all. So this is technically going from 0 to anything, which I hope as well that it leads somewhere cool. It makes me hopeful that we'll get probably another patch before BlizzCon then, right? They'll probably do something before BlizzCon with the patch. I don't know when BlizzCon is. Everyone's been talking about it for next year, but I always remembered it being in like November, so people are starting to talk about it, and I'm like, isn't it still really far away? Aren't we still like a whole year away from BlizzCon? Am I crazy? Or I don't know. You're begging for a prestige system, infinite level system, more reason for casuals to continue a grind. Samesies. I would love it. I have downloaded, I'm going to let you guys in on a secret. I have downloaded my GDPR data because Europe requires Blizzard to allow people to download all the data they have on them, and California as well. So because of that, anybody can download their own data from Blizzard. So I can tell you for a fact that these 8 gigabyte file representing every StarCraft game I've ever played, guys, they could definitely retroactively give us our XP, okay? They have everything. They have everything. So they know exactly how many games I've played. There is a record in my account for literally every StarCraft 2 match I have ever played, every Overwatch match I've ever played, every Hearthstone game I've ever played. So trust me, they know. They know how many games you played. They know how many games you played. They could give everybody who's played 20,000 games 500,000 XP, and we could keep, you know. All right, well, that was kind of awkward, but you know, it's not the worst thing either. Yeah, I would love a better prestige or infinite level system. I'd love like weekly. I would love weekly mutation for 1v1. You know, give us a real, you know, an official queue for either some custom game or like a mutation. Like, oh, all tier 3 units cost twice as much but have double stats on everything. Like, do that for a week, right? That would be fun. I would love something like that. That's exactly what all of these live service games do. That's exactly what all the live service games do. It's very successful. There's nothing even... I'm not even saying anything original with that. Like, League of Legends added roguelike mechanics to ARAMs, and it's like a 10-year-old game mode, and it feels incredibly fresh now. So I've been having more fun playing ARAMs the last week and a half than I have in maybe a year or two. And all they did was literally just say, well, every 6 levels between your ultimate upgrades, you just get a random, gigantic, crazy-ass buff that's just randomly displayed, and you get to pick one of 3. And I'm like, that's how you keep a game interesting. That's how you keep a game interesting. All light units have half hit points but double damage. Do some crazy shit every now and then. Do some crazy. The whole point of it will be to just give people something else to do other than just grind mindless 1v1s, because it can be soul crushing. You know, that's what burns people out when they don't have other stuff to do. So I look forward to seeing if Blizzard ends up doing anything on that level for the game. I think what's more likely is we'll continue to get balance patches, since they'll likely have a bunch of, you know, all-time legends at BlizzCon. That's what my guess is going to be. I haven't had too much stuff leaked to me about that yet, but damn, he's got me. GG. Yo, Dr. Mupp, good to see you, good to see you. That guy was crazy aggressive. Yo, Love Rapton, how you doing, how you doing? Glad you're playing mech. Give him a taste of what it feels like to play bio. Yes, yes. 10 piece of chicken nuggets from a mate, Nate. Hey, guys, hey, guys. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. I hope you're all doing very, very well. Been feeling pretty good. Been feeling pretty well. Been feeling pretty happy about stuff lately. You know, life is crazy, but there's been good news lately, right? There's been, you know, I'm still very happy with where I am. I'm enjoying the weather quite a bit. I'm enjoying the weather quite a bit. I don't usually stream with my window open, but being able to just look out and watch the rain pat around the street is kind of a vibe. Kind of a vibe, you know. You have a great energy here. Thank you, thank you. You know, I used to crash out all the time and like dissociate and stuff, and not even remember my streams and whatnot, like just to get through it. And I'm in such a different place these days. It's like kind of incredible to think back. But I know sometimes I still say or do silly things that maybe I should or shouldn't. So I appreciate everybody that gives me the time of day. I hope if there's anything that proves to you that I'm not an AI or some corpo slug is, unfortunately I'm just gonna have some raw human moments here every once in a while. But you know, you don't really get that anywhere else, right? So I gotta just put that on the labeling. I gotta just do the Quest Nutrition move and just write that as non-saturated carbohydrates or something. They're like, well, you see, every gram of fiber actually technically is a negative carb. So you can write that the bars only have 4 carbs on them. I'm like, can you though? That looks like pool first. No, it's not though. Nate, your sense of time is just, I don't know, man. Well, when you look at the replay, you're probably going to see that he went like extractor trick, right? That's the only, I don't know. No, 150 is pretty close. You're just paranoid. Just a little paranoid. Don't think we've been too whiny either. On Twitch chat, anyway, the auto mod setup has been working great. I don't have to argue with people. Either people coming in are nicer, or auto mod is just really, you know, it's doing the Spider-Man thing with the train, like, you know, whatever. Either way, I'm happy with both of those. I love just getting to come on here, play the game, talk to you guys about what's been happening, and it does seem like the vibe has been a lot better since SC2's been getting updated again. That's the opinion that I hold anyway. You've been using ChatGPT to learn how to rapid fire the attack hotkey. Can't figure out how to do it for the life of me. You have to edit your .sc2 hotkey file with Notepad. That's like the easiest way to do it. And then if you've already bound the select target to a different key, you'll see it in the SC2 replay file. It'll have its own line text in the Notepad document. And what you do with that is it'll say like equals, and it'll be, you know, left click. It'll say like left mouse button. That's usually how you select your target. It'll have your R key, like for you know, if you were using R as your rapid fire key. But you just need to put a comma and put the A key there. That's it on select target. That's it. You just want to make sure that your A click key is the same key, is also one of your hotkeys for that. So in game, it'll only let you set one hotkey. It'll only let you set one hotkey, and then it'll let you set a backup hotkey. But in that notepad that I'm telling you about, and the reason why I mentioned opening it in Notepad, is that you can actually put as many commas and different keys there as you want. So you could literally have every single key. You could have every single ability key that you use for any unit in the whole game. You could just have that set up as your rapid fire. So that's what I have. I have like 7 different keys bound to rapid fire. R, A, W, E, T. So that allows me to do what I need. Yeah, he's just on lair. He's just getting his lair now.
SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell. I'm waiting on you. Ah! Light it up.
Command center upgrade complete.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Word. Ready to blunder. SCV ready. SCV ready. Where's the hot? SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready.
So what I'm going to do here, send the Viking out to clear any overlords I can find. Try to make that transition into our third base. And use Banshees as a support unit to keep him from diving on me if I can help it. I'm not going straight into Liberators this game because I don't really know. I think I just kind of autopiloted my way to this Banshee setup. So that's what we're doing. Technically, like, the Banshee can be better in certain cases. Depends on a lot of different variables. He might just be using the roaches to get to mutas as well, so it doesn't have to necessarily mean anything. Yes, Badicles. Welcome, welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday.
SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell.
You didn't build your base just for it to get blown up, did you?
Rider play. Right. Agreed. Inbound.
Yeah, but what we're seeing here definitely looks like maybe just like turtle to ultraless build, right? So sometimes people who go roaches do like doom drop type stuff. It's not unheard of.
You ready for?
Yeah, that's what it's looking like.
Your add-on is complete.
Where's your roaches, buddy? Where are they? Where are they?
In the rear with the gear.
And before burrow roaches, I'd be cooked AF.
Ready to raise some hell. You ready for war? SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell. Are you ready for this? SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell.
Weapons hot.
Ready to raise some hell.
Engage.
War.
Holla back. Call the ball. Scream in fury.
Yeah, he's got lots of static defense.
Your research is ready.
Good job.
You play on grid and all your abilities are on one button anyway, so would it be easier to set up? Some units have more than one ability, so I guess it depends, but yeah, that it could be. I don't play grid, so I don't really can't speak to your lived experience, if that's understandable. But I would assume that there's probably a way to use rapid fire with grid. I believe there is.
Holla back.
Ready to raise some hell.
Yeah, we need
Go ahead.
Receiving.
fix the banshees. We don't really have the Thor count at all, so we'll add another factory and just try and get there. Tune in when you're home if you're still on. Hell yeah. I'm gonna be streaming probably until, I don't know, we just started. I'm gonna guess. I want to get at least a 4-hour show in. I don't need to drag the streams out anymore because the highlight clips from the stream are doing very well. So I'd rather just, you know, put good focused energy in, have a great show, and then have great highlights for people to watch. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at with stuff at the moment.
What's going on?
But that way we're not like killing ourselves out here, and we can have a good time, which is like super important, you know. And then we got some quality food to bring home to the kids. But he has done very little here, right? Very little. He's gonna let me get my Thor count up as high as I want, which is nice. This is his like whole game, right? He's got a bunch of queens. Yeah, but do you see how his plan is the same as everybody else's? Damn! What a fight.
How can we help? We have you standing by.
Mind out a mineral field.
Man, I gotta take a 4th base. Are you kidding me? I didn't think I'd have to do that. Thought it would be easier. I thought it would be easier. I mean, for a turtle, that was one of the better holds there, right? Lots of banelings. Why does your stream crash Chrome every time I open it? Yeah, I don't know, man. Twitch doesn't play well with ad block lately. It probably has something to do with that. I don't know. I thought there was no ad block for Chrome anymore, so that might not even be it. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you.
Your command center.
No, we'll be able to get enough units out to basically get one more swing. We'll just get one more swing. That choke point was about as bad as it really could have been, so we'll just have to take a fight somewhere else. First time in a while it hasn't crashed. Whatever, it's fixed now. It's probably your computer probably couldn't handle the HEVC stream when I was doing 1440p, but I'm not doing 1440 anymore, so you're good. You're good. I'm not streaming in 1440p, so your browser's probably getting less bullied. Less bullied by the decoder requirements. That's right, bitch. You better run.
Attention.
You better run.
Need some fire here.
Liberation is at hand. Yes, sir. We have
Look at how many Ravengers he's got.
perfect. Yes, sir.
Got him, baby. Got him, baby. No, I lowered it from 1440 back to 1080 for a few reasons. I was kind of at a performance limit for my machine. I need a better graphics card for the streaming PC if I want to be able to really do much more than I am right now because I'm sending out so many feeds. So. Yeah, your Chrome was probably struggling with the high efficiency video codec on that. If I had to guess. If I had to guess. Either that, or you just had specifically bad luck and it got fixed for some reason totally unrelated. Oh wow, did he pop that base too? See, you see here, guys, when you play against somebody who just throws away like tens of thousands of resources to like pop your bases and stuff, this is what happens. Like, I felt like I was in a great spot all game because, like, what was he really going to do here, you know? Honestly, what was he going to do here? So we managed to, yeah, just do really great work. I don't really have too much to add. That fight in the middle the first time, maybe we threw the game away? This was pretty bold of me. I am very cocky doing this strategy because we don't really lose when we do it. We don't really lose anytime we do this, so I've been like, you know, can I push my luck here? Can I be crazy aggro? I didn't have enough Liberators, though. I only had like 6 of them. I think if I had 10 or 12, we'd be fine. I should have just thrown some Hellbats at him earlier. But I literally fight him in the worst choke point ever. Like, the Liberators don't siege in time either. They get a shot off on this, right? Most of the Hellions and Hellbats are completely cooked before any of the Libs siege. And while I do end up, you know, killing a lot of his stuff, I just don't have enough left over to keep pushing myself, and a big part of that is just having way too many Hellions. He has no Lings in his army, and barely any Banelings, so those Banelings weren't really a threat. So I think, if anything, that's probably the biggest thing that put me into an awkward position. Man, I love those sound effects. That was a good fight. This was a much better fight. This one was crazy. This just comes completely down to the wire. And I'm like, yeah, the issue is like this Thor's got 1 health, this one's got half. So he does come over and manage. So he's like, well, that's just a quick tap. Focuses everything on the other one. So just this guy lives. I think if I'd microed that better, I could have had 2 Thors left. But they think game volume is a bit loud. I can turn that down. I got you. I got you, Boom. Check this out. Check this out. How about that? How about that? How does that sound? Okay, let me play that fight over one more time. You really probably shouldn't be able to hear me over a giant fight, but is that a little better balanced? Is that a little bit better? Or do you want me to take the hammer to it? I could take a hammer to it. GG though. The Canadian internet can't handle it. That could be it as well. It could be it as well. I'm pretty close to Canada though, so way closer. I'm way closer to Canada. I'm closer to Canada. I'm closer to Vancouver than any other major city, so way better for you. It's perfect. Yeah, I got you. I got you. I only threw this party for you. All right. You might as well have a good time, or what are we doing here, you know? yeah, happy Wednesday. I'm feeling good. Ready to just, kind of keep on gaming. Having some fun. Not really up to too much else. Katie's schedule, she is off tomorrow and Friday. So, unlikely to be streaming those days. I will probably be putting up highlights and more short content on the YouTube channel. I'll try and highlight a few full games if I can, if we get anything really good. And aside from that, yeah, then I'll be back on Saturday. Be back streaming on Saturday. We'll have a nice Saturday afternoon show. Oh yeah, there's it's getting chilly now. Now it's getting dark out. It's real dark. It's 5:13. Yeah, I guess that's nighttime now out here. Daylight status saved. I get it, man. I get it. All right, this SCV is gonna go find out where his base is. That's the game plan. Oh, hey. Oh, there's the pylon. Is he going for it? Is this some like psycho cannon rush build? Is that what this is? It is. It is one of those psycho cannon rush builds. That's crazy. All right, GG. I'm not even, man. I just was not expecting that. That's funny. That's crazy to do a cannon rush on the 3-player map. I'm gonna guess he sent a probe to each base. He probably sent out 2 probe scouts, and then brought the second one back while the pylon was building. My heart rate is not high enough to play a game like that right now. Please forgive me for ceding to the cannon rusher. It's tough being so virile. Yeah, exactly. Everybody wants a piece of me, you know. I gotta be careful with my energy, right? It's expensive. My energy is very expensive. I don't want to waste my energy playing a cannon rush game that's gonna be over in 5 minutes, no matter what, right? I can't just go Super Saiyan because somebody throws a brick at me. You know, I can deflect it and walk away, but I don't need to fight every guy that wants to fight me. I don't go Super Saiyan unless they earn it. But I usually have a rule that I'm not going for my full power in the first 2 hours of the stream ever. You know, once we've got the ball rolling, everybody's had a chance to come in, say hello, you know what I mean? We get a chance to play, I don't know, the Asian guy 3 times in a row. Then we get to that point where we get into like a game that's just got a little bit of grit to it, and we're throwing units at him, he's throwing units at us, we're chasing Nidus worms all around the map. You know, we get into a good, really meaty cut of Starcraft. And that's all I need, man. I only need one of those. And then I can pull like 2 or 3 highlights out, boom, slap them on. People have got good quality Starcraft to watch, so. That's just the way it goes, baby. That's just the way it goes. But if I went Super Saiyan 3 all out in the first like 5 games I played on my stream, that would be, oof, I'd just be exhausted. I'd be exhausted the whole rest of the show. And then I've learned that when you try to explain yourself, people just take it as you saying that you didn't do anything wrong. I'm actually just a dumbass who thought that, explaining stuff was like so people didn't think you were doing it to be an asshole. So that's something I'm learning as a person. That's mostly because I spent most of my childhood getting yelled at or being alone. So I'm trying to unlearn that behavior, truthfully. So I hope to in the future give better explanations for why I do or don't do things. But just know that I think if I don't take care of myself, I can't put on a good show to entertain you. That's all. And ain't nobody pay me enough to degrade myself and feel horrible. So we don't have to do that. We don't have to do that. We need more episodes. You can't kill Boo in the first minute. Yeah, exactly. Well, you remember Goku intentionally, at least according to him, according to Goku, he let Boo live because he thought that it was important for, you know, Trunks and Goten to mature in having to conquer their own big boss. And obviously ends up regretting that since literally everyone dies. But that's Dragon Ball, you know? And then they use the Dragon Balls to bring everybody back. So it doesn't really matter. And you can bring back people that the other dragon couldn't bring back, even though they've done it multiple times, because it's a different dragon. So you get a clean slate on your only one of these wishes when you simply go to a different planet and use their Dragon Balls instead. Ah, man. I could wax poetic. For days on that. This is why you like the last arc of GT. You know, I never watched GT, but I have seen on TikTok a clip of them doing the laser beam thing to power up Vegeta to 4, the one that Bulma made, and I have seen the Gogeta transformation. But I'm not, I wasn't really into GT because they gave Vegeta a mustache. And then he gets like body jacked, and you don't actually get really Vegeta in the show. So, Vegeta's my favorite character, so it just didn't really do it for me. But I was very happy that Daima gave him Super Saiyan 3. I still haven't actually watched Daima. I did a rewatch of the Boo Saga, which only took me like a whole month and a half. I did that like last month, so. My wife has politely asked me not to put us on another new season of Dragon Ball if we can help it. But obviously, I can't guarantee that. The sauce must flow. So there you go. B-E-A beautiful. Wahoo! For the most part, it wasn't it, but that last arc was amazing because the arc is that they are being punished for overusing the Dragon Balls. Yeah, that's fair. I certainly don't have anything bad to say about Dragon Ball. I didn't like GT for my own personal reasons, but I would just like to be very clear that I have no actual issue with it. I didn't watch it because it didn't hook me. I make no representation of whether or not it's actually good. A lot of people, to my understanding, like GT quite a bit. Gogeta doesn't appear in Dragon Ball Z. So, it's one of the reasons why I'm more of a Vegito guy, personally. But, you know, it's also really not the end of the world, either. You just gotta do what you gotta do, and that's that. Oh, I meant to drop him on the bottom. I didn't mean to self-click the medevac there. Rip. Rip. You got anything else out here for me though, dog? D-O-double-G. Oh yeah, see, look, there's the roaches. There's the roaches coming now too. Mmm.
Loud and clear.
Ready to plunder.
Light flights here.
Let's get him. Let's get him. Mmm. Oh, I wonder what you were gonna do with those. Oh, I mean, this is a mess. This game turned into a mess. I'm trying. No, couldn't get it. All right, GG. I feel like that was a good way to settle it there. I don't usually do the gas first Cyclone drop versus Zerg, but he was a barcode, so I kind of just felt like I could do something a little more silly. It was a good experimental game. I love doing that Cyclone drop stuff, but it kind of becomes difficult to manage the economy follow-up afterwards. He had all those roaches. He was trying to counterattack me the entire time. He tried to doom drop me like twice. That's nuts, man. He cray-cray. He absolutely off the chain. He's off the chain. All right, what do we got here? We got a TVT. Alright, so we send out the SCV scout, just make sure nothing crazy. Check for zip proxies. We just want to make sure he's not building Reapers outside of our base. That's about it. The only thing that would really change if he was is we make multiple Reapers out of our racks. But if we don't have to, then we like to go for our factories to get Cyclones. So I checked the middle of the map as well, because that's a pretty popular spot for people to do it. Make sure I keep my eyes on him. Make sure I keep my eyes on him. What you got? What you got? I don't know if he scouted the other base with his worker, but he shouldn't know where we are. Didn't know I was watching a Clem stream. I did take a clip. I did save. Actually, I didn't. I'm gonna have to make a reminder to go back to that last game and highlight some of the Cyclone micro though. We'll use some clever tricks known as shooping de whoop to hide the part where I was floating 4,000 minerals and no gas, because I killed 15 overlords with Cyclones. How many overlords did you kill with your Cyclones? Hundreds. What did it cost you? Everything. How many times have you watched a streamer kill 15 overlords with a Cyclone drop in the first 7 minutes? How many times have you seen them forget to take their natural gas and float 15 billion resources? Nathan had so much money that game, they were almost able to make an argument for taxing unrealized gains. He's holding too many minerals. He's holding too many minerals. Damn, look at that. He is up in our grill. Yeah, I think he's got us, right? What do we even do here? What do we even do here? Yeah, I think that's game. GG. That's just bad luck. That's bad luck. He didn't even scout us. He didn't even send anything out. I could check the replay. I just want to know, did he just blindly go straight to our base? It's my only question. It's my only question. Then I can tell myself he was a sniper and cope and bury the game that way. Just help me rationalize this, okay? For my very fragile, weak ego. He doesn't scout at all, right? And he's rallied straight to our base at the very beginning of the game. There you go. There you go, guys. Let's look at his camera. Does he set a camera hotkey location at the start of the game to our base, too? This is nice, though. When people self-report like this, it does make my life easier. But if he sets camera hotkeys, he probably has one set outside of my base, too. So I just want to know. I just want to know if he does that in the first minute or two here. This gives me time to start my next auto battle. Looks like no. He just rallies. He just immediately rallies to my base with no vision. That's also fine. I'm not gonna take that one too seriously as a result. We are searching for another game. We've got another TVT. That's the nice thing about the 3-player maps, though, because obviously, if you don't know where the other guy spawns, doing stuff like that is silly. I guess that guy doesn't play TVT. No, he does. He does not. This guy, he's one of those. This guy's a Smurf. He leaves every TVT he plays. You see here on his match history. And then his games versus Zerg, he's got a 75% win rate. So it looks like he leaves versus a lot of Protoss and Terran, so he can beat up on Zerg players. What a man. That's, you know, when I think about peak masculinity, I think about smurfing for free wins. That's exactly what I think about. That was my favorite thing about Kurt Russell, you know. I just thought about him beating up on people way worse than him, you know. It's my favorite thing about him. Now, see, that's taking the don't want to give certain players my energy a little bit too far in the other direction. I just leave when I'm behind, but I don't instant leave games. That's not how I roll. All right, we're against a random player this game, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that Cyclone drop. We'll just, regardless of what the matchup ends up being, that's how we're going to handle it. Okay, well, at least it doesn't look like we're getting proxied. All right, he is Zerg, so it's, you know, it's a little bit bad luck on the matchup there, but it's not unplayable. The whole point is to have just enough health that I can try to run past the queen and get out. Even if I don't, you know, keep him from moving out anyway. Buy myself smidge of time, maybe. Oh yeah, we're cooked. We're actually super cooked here. There you go. Killing one of my SCVs gave me enough to build the Cyclone. I don't have enough gas to make the medevac yet, so the depot will build while that's happening. Actually, I do need that gas, though. His speed is done. Yeah, trying to do the multi-cyclone drop, I guess, is where it gets a little bit too spicy in certain cases. It can be a little tricky. If I just do tanks as my follow-up, I'll be tank liberator as my follow-up. I'll be crazy, crazy safe, right? That's why the other guy was trying to drop me, because I don't think he expected me to go tanks. I don't think he expected me to build more cyclones, rather. I think he expected me to go tanks right out of the cyclone drop phase, so. If I had to guess. Oh, see, this is perfect, though. He's making a bunch of lings. This is exactly what we want. I can go hunt down everything he has on the map with this. That's the beauty of it. Gonna try not to forget to build my stuff this game if I can help it. Alright, I guess we're at the turtle until tier 3 phase of the game now. I think that's where we are, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see if he does like a big Hydra push. It's possible. It's possible he goes for a big Hydra push, but I'm not counting on it. But we've thrown away a lot of Liberators now, but we can see what his plan is, right? Very, very, very passive. It may be a result of the aggression we threw at him, but we managed to subdue him. We managed to put him into a passive state, which is nice. Just get all the upgrades. You can see here, right? Very, very little. Trying to make sure I have vision of everything. Everything. But yeah, we've managed to get him into a good defensive spot, so we just have to try and shark around the map, see if there's value anywhere to be extracted. But otherwise our main goal is to just max out on the Thor Liberator Hellion setup. Yeah, as you can see, he's almost not participating, right? He's going for what, his 8th or 9th base. He's not even gonna try. He's not even gonna try to touch us. This is what we're dealing with. Uber tryhards. Yeah, in this situation, right, the whole goal is to just get everything up. Just get it all going. I can afford to lose a few Hellions, right? I feel like we had this conversation earlier. I actually did trade him for a few of his Hydras there too, which is nice. Yeah. Thanks for the links. Look at this guy. He sits on his butt doing nothing the whole entire game. And suddenly he thinks he can do 700 APM Zergling micro? He hasn't earned that. What has he done? What has he done to earn 700 APM Zergling micro? Nothing. This guy's playing hockey right now. I feel like he's trying out for the Rangers. Trying to play goaltender. How many liberators do we have? Not enough. This is actually not too shabby. It's a big, expensive army. Let's see what he does. He's not really built to go into mass like 500 Zerglings setup here, so I'm expecting... Oh, base trades. Base trade's definitely an option. Well, what do you got? What else you got? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. He's a little bitch like the guy he's named after. Lol kekx d d d d d d d d d d d d d d d d. I'll say it for you. GG. That was a nice one. We'd love to see that. Crushed him. We went hatch, pool, gas, hatch. 4-minute layer. Yeah, he just tried to play like the most standard straight up ZVT ever for a random player. Funny, funny. Let's do it. I see Thors. I like. I clipped the end of that game. Oh, actually, it's PVT. Spider Mines, please. Man, I wish Spider Mines were in this game. I wish Starcraft 2 had Spider Mines. That would be awesome. Oh, thanks for the YouTube follow. Appreciate it, appreciate it. I've seen more YouTube creators posting videos about the dual format feature available. So it's rolling out. It's rolling out. I just don't have it yet. It looks like I won't be able to make this custom overlay for the shorts feed when that update does come out. It seems like when you do the horizontal and vertical option on YouTube, from what I'm seeing other testers do, it looks like it does just base the vertical feed off of the horizontal feed. But at the very least, once we have that, you guys will have one unified chat, and I'll be able to stream both formats on YouTube and Twitch. So I'm pretty excited about that. What's your favorite matchup these days? I love TVP. Like, I think if Protoss cheeses me, it's like an automatic loss. It is so hard to defend cheese from Protoss. Like, borderline unfair, if you ask me. But if I don't get cheesed by the Protoss player, then I actually usually feel really good about this matchup lately. The patch really shook this matchup up quite a bit. But this patch changed quite a bit for PvT, so it's been exciting for that reason. You only play Brood War now? What are those mines that shoot a missile called? Widow mines. Widow mines. But dude, I wish I had spider mines. Hellions have been nerfed so many times in this game. If I could just use vultures and drop spider mines everywhere, that would be so lit. That would be amazeballs. Yeah, TVZ used to be fun, but like most Zerg players just like they turtle harder than the Terrans do. Zerg versus Terran has kind of become one-dimensional. So it's not quite where I'd like it to be. But we know that he already has the Stargate, so his plan is to probably catch the drop with that, right? What I'm gonna try and do is get out there with the Cyclone drop regardless, and just see what we can do. Jehudi Speaks followed the channel. Yo, well met. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it, Dog. Appreciate it. Yeah, probably need another depot here. Loving the daily stream dedication lately. Yeah, guys, you know, I'm a really genuine person. When I was burned out and not having fun playing Starcraft, I think everybody could tell. I think it was really obvious. And I know it's easy to make it personal, but the reality is I was bummed out that the game wasn't getting patched. I don't think there was anything weird about me feeling that way. But I did feel that way. I did feel really bummed out by the lack of updates for the game, and I wasn't sure if we were ever going to get updates again, and that is something that really just made my life so hard. So that's about it, you know? That was tough. That was really tough. Oh yeah, he's already got like immortals and shit. Oh, he's crazy. He's crazy. I only made this Viking in case he sent over an oracle or something like that. Positivity of your vibe is like night and day. Yeah. Well, taking a year off of streaming certainly reset my perspective, you know. Some days I would definitely feel like I hadn't completely gotten over what happened the previous day, and it was hard to get on and motivate myself because I, you know, obviously didn't really feel like taking too many actual breaks, but having that job even for just, what was it, like 9 months or whatever, was still really nice to get space mentally. And obviously the game didn't start getting updated until like a month ago, so I actually came back at the perfect time, which is also quite nice. But like, you know, there's gonna be Starcraft at BlizzCon again this year. I don't know what kind of form it's gonna take. It looks like they're doing a bunch of classic Blizzard titles, but like stuff like that gets me so jazzed, man. It really does. It really does. I hope it ends up being awesome. I hope they end up doing some cool stuff. I hope that we get, you know, more updates, and I'm not gonna like hold my breath for new content or anything like, you know, huge. But I do think we're at the point where we might be able to expect, you know, another balance update by the time BlizzCon happens. So I have no idea. I have no idea when BlizzCon is going to be this year. So, you know, that's one of those. It's one of those, but we'll get there. It's one of those we'll get there things. Yeah, he doesn't have the observer. He doesn't have the observer, so that's our advantage here. Because he has no obs, I'm able to just take this base. You notice how there was not really much I could have done there, and he just we're in a much better position now because of that. He threw away a lot and got very little. He might have even had more luck going after my other base. Now he already has Phoenix, so we won't really be able to be too aggressive with the Banshees until speed is done. I have it. Yeah, it is done. Well, we'll maybe throw away just these 3 Banshees, but I'm not gonna feed him. I'm not gonna feed him all game like he's my son, because I can't afford to. So let's not and say we won't. Does BlizzCon happen every year? I think BlizzCon hasn't happened for several years, right? Isn't this the first one in a while? I probably will not be able to go there because it's crazy expensive, but it's nice that there's gonna be Starcraft to watch. My biggest complaint right now is that there's very little in terms of like actual high quality Starcraft matches anymore. It's mostly just people coping that weekly cups are somehow a replacement for what we used to have, but it's like, you know, anybody that thinks a online weekly cup with a $200 prize is something to determine balance off of, I honestly just think you just have to be an idiot to think that. So that's I can't wrap my head around it. Can't wrap my head around it. Yeah, he's already bricked up with the turtle stuff, right? He's got crazy static defense, so we just gotta get there. I think 2023 was the last one. Yeah, I don't know. It's been a while. It's been a while. Because they ended up canceling it during the COVID years, and then I remember they kind of tried to bring it back or something like that, but it wasn't quite what they would usually do, so I don't know. But I think that the fact that there will be Starcraft there at all, like I couldn't tell you anything about the last couple BlizzCons. You want to know why? Because I don't give a shit. Because it has nothing to do with Starcraft. It's got nothing to do with Starcraft, and they burned me on Diablo. All right, I have Diablo 2 remastered. I bought it the day Bobby Kotick left the company, so you know I'm good. I'm good. I don't really need to worry or think about that stuff anymore. So, I guess that's kind of where I'm at. Yeah, looks like he's got himself set up with he's gonna just put pylons all over the map, probably. Or he accidentally rallied probes somewhere? I don't know. Maybe he's trying to bait me. He's trying to bait me, like, what's going on over here? Oh yeah, there it is. I love these guys. I love these guys that are completely non-interactive. Everything that he does is just gonna be when I leave my base, most likely. You got one here too, buddy? There we go. Perfect. Perfect. But yeah, I haven't been super interested in that stuff because there hasn't really been anything for StarCraft fans for a long time, so I'll definitely be tuning into that. We just take this next base. Will Blizzard make SC3 in the next 15 years? You know, 15 years, I like the odds. I do. I do. If not Blizzard, some guy will probably be able to use whatever version of AI coding tools exist to make something better than a 2010 game. I'm sure. I'm sure at that point we'll be seeing some insane shit. So it'll either be made by people or robots, but I have no doubt they'll find a way. They'll find a way to take people's money for that. The real question is, how much stuff do you consume right now that you don't know is AI, even though you might think you don't want something like that. That's the trap we're all in. That is the trap we're in. So basically, this guy's only real strategy, from my understanding, from what we're seeing, is it's going to be a lot of just like cannons and batteries just spread out on the map. But he's just being completely super giga passive. And we will use some of these extra orbitals we're putting up to scan him and try and determine exactly the army composition. I probably need to spend the last like 30 or so supply that I have available doing that. Am I AI? Hey man, if AI could make something like this, that'd be pretty nuts. I think you'd probably crash out a little bit less if I was AI, right? Wouldn't the whole point be to make the most diluted, uninteresting product possible? Oh, look at that! Even more cannons and batteries. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. This guy would love if this game could take like 5 years. You know, that's his fantasy. His fantasy is for this game to take all day and night. I know. It's a lot of storms. All right, GG. Let's go next. Yeah, he was pretty sussy. Next year's BlizzCon is in September. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was starting to hear stuff about BlizzCon, and I'm like, wouldn't that be really far away? But September is a little bit earlier than they normally do it. I think all of the ones that I typically remember were like usually the first weekend in November, right? It was usually like November 4th, 5th, 6th kind of deal. Back in the day. All right, we've got TVT. Got a barcode Terran player this game. The one thing we always did before BlizzCon back in the day, like usually the first thing before opening weekend or whatever, was usually we'd have a big party for Mike Morheim because his birthday was usually right around that time. I don't know if that ever had to do with when they ended up scheduling the event, but I'm guessing that's not a factor anymore. Especially since they kind of rebooted it, right? It was gone for a while. Or it's been on and off, I suppose. Maybe there was a BlizzCon last year and I just don't remember it because there was no Starcraft. Alright, let's see if we're getting proxied. It was a little lazy of me to chase that Protoss army down, but the reality is that's actually the first game I've ever lost in that situation, so I really haven't played that many games against the new Storm, so one of the reasons why I pushed into it, even though he was melting me the whole way through, was I kind of wanted to know if I could. I think ideally I'd have my tanks sieged up to kind of give some pressure or siege some of the Liberators faster. But I was kind of curious if I could just move them there, just clear everything in the sky, but... That guy played such a slow game. I kind of just, you know, he really didn't do anything the whole match other than rush counters to what I had, so I can't really get too emotionally invested in that one either. All right, we're all set up for the Cyclone drop again. We'll get across the map, try and do a little bit of damage, see if we can't do a little poke-a-poke. Perfect. El Tanco de Sijo.
Waiting on you.
Good. All right, we put the fear in him. He did get the medevac, but we saved the Cyclones, so we killed one tank and I think a Marine. Killing a siege tank early in TVT is a big deal, so I feel really good about that.
Command Center 2.0 ready to go.
Uh-oh. Big push from Mr. Barcode. Just macroing up. I really wasn't sure if he was going to send another wave quickly or not. Looks like he's going for mech as well. So we're just a little bit ahead of him on the bases, essentially. But we can make him move out if we get greedy, I think. I think we can get him out there. Like the stream lurkers, listen to TG, all right? If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you press that like button. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Big love. It seems like the dual feature, the dual, I'll be able to stream in the horizontal on Twitch and YouTube soon, so. It does look like it's starting to roll out. It does look like the double format for YouTube is starting to roll out. I've started to finally see it on some channels this week, so just patience. Patience is a virtue. Patience is a virtue. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're well, dude. I am good. I am good. It's been like super rainy out here. It's been super rainy. So just been checking that out. Rainy and windy. But yeah, feeling good. Feeling good. It's a good day. It's a good day. The news wasn't entirely giga-depressing stuff this morning. It's nice. It's nice. It's nice to feel hopeful about stuff, you know what I mean? Feeling great, honestly. Got the air upgrades going. All right, the Viking burrow upgrade is already done, or it's on the way. One of these two. It's building one of here. That one. And what's he got? Just sensor towers. That sounds good. This guy was like, I'll defend your attack, do one push, and then that's it. Just one. Beautiful. Beautiful. See, now I'm the guy making the Ring of Sensor Tower donut on the map. Isn't that nice? Got him. There it is, baby. I haven't done that to someone before. I just made a donut ring around the map. Yeah, he went 5 factories. People still play mech like this. That's crazy. That's crazy. It's crazy to me that somebody will build Hellbats. They'll build 3 extra factories and make Hellbats. when like the only thing you really need in this matchup to win the game is air control. Vikings smoke everything. Did he have upgrades? He had 2 armories. Well, he had +2 attack, actually. He pushed me with +2 attack and +1 armor, and I only had 1/1. So there you go. There you go. Hope you're well. Yeah, I'm feeling great, man. It's been a nice day. Gonna close the window just a little bit because it's starting to get chilly here. Just gonna take 2 minutes, guys, and we'll play another game. Try to make sure I run ads between the games so they don't interrupt the matches. All right, I'm back. I said it wouldn't be long, all right? I just said I needed 2 minutes. I only said I needed 2 minutes. Everything is okay. You have nothing to worry about, citizens. Let's get back on the ladder and play another game. We have a Terran versus Terran. Alright then, there you go. Free dub. Philosophy. Such skill. I know, I'm incredibly talented.
It's time to kick things off.
Incredibly. He's a Protoss player, right? There's not much to do at this point. We're just building our barracks. The early game. People talk about how, like, they changed the starting workers, like, 10 years ago, and how the game got too fast. And here I am still many times like, I wish I could just start the game and just pick a few starting buildings instead of doing all of that, you know? That'd be, like, if they made a Starcraft 2 Blitz mode, like, you would just be like, oh, hey, start the game at 1.5 minutes, or start the game at 2 minutes. What do you want to just have? And then go from there, you know? I'd be nice. That'd be okay. I'd be okay with that. I would be okay with that. Forget No Rush 5. Just spawn with, like, spawn with a base. Give that, put that in as the, you know, the boomer options. As our wrists and hands fall apart. Don't make me build all of this stuff at the beginning of every game. Sounds like a good idea, right? What could possibly go wrong? What could possibly go wrong? These guys never fail. Never fail to get a laugh out of me, I'll tell you that.
Waiting on you. Incoming orders. We're returning fire.
It's a lot of zealots. Yeah, we're probably gonna need to do something a little crazy here. Yeah, there he is, right? Oh, damn. GG. Let's go next. Yeah, just a charge lot all in. Bad luck for us. Cray cray. Cray cray. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Hope you're having a great Wednesday. Searching for another game. All right, we got Terran versus Zerg. Little TVZ. Did we just play? I was Toss. Did you charge lot? You charge lot all in? Built a pylon in front of my base, right? Was that you? Then we just played. Happy Wednesday, my dude. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for going easy on me. No worries. I always try to do finesse builds and play macro games, so if people cheese me, I'm happy to let them win. Happy to. I love opening up with that drop and then trying to expand behind it and doing all of that, so I understand. I understand that people don't necessarily have to let me do that. I get it. You getting trolled? We can change the subject from the game if it's, if it's tough. Have I ever cosplayed as an SC2 character? No. I don't really know what I would do there. I don't really think of Starcraft as having iconic characters. I guess maybe Kerrigan is like the only real one. I don't know that I would really want to. There's no Starcraft character I've ever thought about dressing up as, so. Infested Terran, dude. Yeah, if I was like a billionaire, then I'd just pick up like a makeup and prosthetic company, and I'd be like, make me look like an infested Terran. That'd be cool. Maybe do like Stukov or some crazy shit. That'd be cool. Repurpose an old Godzilla costume for Dahaka. Yeah. Stukov and I got that Eastern European connection going. Put your love in where your mouth is. GG. Sometimes you just bully people to death with Reapers. That does happen as well. What's up, Nate? Random question for thought-provoking conversation. Where have you had the best Mexican food experience? Ooh. That's a great question. That's a fantastic question. My favorite Mexican food experience... I have such a storied history with the place I used to live by in North Hollywood. It's still, in my opinion, the best Mexican restaurant I've ever been to, and I really wish if we get the opportunity to go back to LA at some point and go visit our old stomping grounds, It's Katie and I's #1 destination that we want to go to. It's called El Tejanos, and it's fantastic. It's fantastic. It's on Magnolia Boulevard up in the valley. It's right next to Brickyard Pub and right by that corner on Lancashire and Magnolia. And they had the absolute best fucking taquitos. Like, I'm not talking about cheap Taco Bell level garbage. Like, this place was good. This place was really, really good. But their taquitos were unbelievable. Their margaritas, their Cadillac margaritas, were probably one of my favorite drinks, if not my favorite drink in town. There are actually no good mojito places in my neighborhood, so I didn't really get them very often. But yeah, El Tejanos in North Hollywood, man. If Katie and I won the lottery tomorrow, and the guys running the airports weren't all working a month without getting paid, that first thing we'd probably do is go visit our old neighborhood, because there's so many good restaurants and stuff down there. But yeah, El Tejanos was great. Not only did it just have incredible food, but they actually had a chips and salsa bar in the back. They had a chips and salsa bar in the back. So you could literally just go take a little tray, just fill it with as many tortilla chips as you wanted from a hot drawer, and they just had big cafeteria style, like, serving with a spoon to fill little cups for the salsa. They had a red spicy sauce. They had a green mild sauce. It was really, really good. That's absolutely my favorite Mexican place to go to. So there's a chance it might not be the same anymore. Yeah, I mean, last we checked, it's still open. It's still open. So they're still around. I don't know if they changed ownership or anything like that, but yeah, that's absolutely one of the places we want to go to. We keep up with the old neighborhood. We still track that stuff. You know, Disneyland churros are actually not bad. Last time I was at Disneyland, I think Katie and I split a turkey leg because you have to. And the only other thing I think I ate there was Dole Whip and maybe a pretzel. I do love pretzels. Nathan's got a big thing for pretzels. Hot salted pretzels are fantastic. Shout out from the Philippines, brother. Hell yeah. You know, I worked with quite a few people from there at my job. So shout out, man. I know a surprising amount of random things from my Filipino coworkers. So pretty based. All good people, actually. I really liked everybody I worked with. They were all very nice, very polite folks. You want a churro? Hell yeah. What's that anime character you guys love? There was always someone that was getting mentioned. I can't remember the name of it. There's like some cartoon character. I can't remember. It's on the tip of my tongue. Some sort of penguin guy. Anyway, it's good times. Good times. Nice. All right, he's totally gonna be moving out soon, right? So it's time to bunker down. Time to hunker down. Hunker and bunker, boys. Hunker and bunker. We broke into a million pieces, and we can't go back. No, we did. We did really love our neighborhood, though. I can't wait till we get a chance to go back there. people to go and try different sorts of food. Oh yeah. Well, you know, there's, man, I'm from one of those, again, I'm from places that are like so white. People say shit like, I just don't eat fish, you know? They're like, no. Like, no. I'm like, you've never tried sushi, like, at all? People tell me I'm a picky eater. Most people in my life know me as the chicken tender guy. But I will literally try anything. And there are a couple of pretty savory foods I like. I like to think I challenge the American pickiness stereotype when it comes to that stuff, but bro, I am absolutely all about that. All about my global foods. The best thing about traveling the world in my 20s was getting to try a bunch of stuff from the source. If there was a place I could get one of those Swedish cups with, like, you know, the ground chicken and bacon bits and the mashed potatoes and just like a little paper cup on the sidewalk going down the street, if I could get that somewhere out here, I would. Absolutely. No contest. Consider it done. Consider it done. How do I open YouTube Shorts, have you there, scroll 10 videos, and then YouTube loops me back to you? I just don't think there's anybody else streaming Starcraft on YouTube Shorts. It probably helps that. Probably, you know, the algorithm doesn't know how to handle it because my channel doesn't have too much activity. I'm not that big, and I haven't really ever, even in my prime, posted that much on my YouTube. But now I'm getting like a lot of traction between the short stuff, and I think it's a combination of that and the fact that other people don't broadcast in this format, especially in Starcraft. So it doesn't really have anything to feed you if you've seen everything Starcraft. So it's trying to probably show you something new. It's probably trying to show you something newer than what you've already been watching, and the newest they can get is a live stream. So I don't know. But obviously, even though I don't really have that kind of existing base on my channel, there are a lot of people who do watch Starcraft on YouTube. So it's nice. And they will recognize me from like WCS and all of that stuff. So stuff like that, you know, that's just kind of, that's the angle that I'm working with all of this right now. And then ideally, once I'm doing horizontal streams on YouTube, the hope anyway is that enough people are going to hopefully have followed and stuff from, hopefully enough people will have ended up following that when I start doing the horizontal streams on YouTube, we'll get viewers there as well. But that's quite difficult, so I find that to be pretty tough. So I only ever really did the YouTube stream on the side as like kind of a courtesy, but in the last month it has started to take a disproportionate hold over certain other things. There are days where I get more people that watch the YouTube stream than the Twitch stream now, which is just sick. Yeah, build a bunch of Evo chambers for me, bro. Build a bunch of Evo chambers for me. That's what I want. That's what I want. Tell us a little about your SC history and ranks and stuff. Oh yeah, well I've just been I've been a StarCraft 2 Grandmaster for 10 years. I do enjoy just coming on and playing and talking to people and having conversations about the game. So I don't really like stream ranked games that much anymore like I used to. I think we're done here. But yeah, I've been playing StarCraft since I was 11 years old. Playing since 2004. I played StarCraft 2 since the beta. And I've been probably one of the most prolific Terran players in the game. Most people know me for creating new strategies around battlecruisers, cyclones, and I was somebody that I think I was a really good caster at the live events. Like those were probably some of the most fun that I had. But I was one of the main commentators for WCS America out in Los Angeles for the better part of like almost 10 years. So I cast WCS with Roddy in LA until he had to go. I think he had like a visa thing Blizzard didn't want to take care of. He ended up going back to Europe, and I ended up finishing out the last couple of years of WCS with Zombie Grub and In Control and Fear Dragon, a bunch of other fantastic folks. But yeah, if you've watched StarCraft over the years, or if you look up some of the old World Championships, old BlizzCons, DreamHacks, IEMs, you'll hear my voice interspersed throughout. But yeah, I've been playing StarCraft for a really, really long time. Think of me as that guy that's like done it so many times. I'm trying to find new ways to do it, basically. Why don't you keep casting? Well, I think the scene is just too small, right? There's not that much opportunity. It's, you know, the bubble gets smaller and smaller, and I'm just one of those folks that got left on the outside of it. I'm sure if there's ever a bunch more events happening and there's tons of SC2 going on again, there will probably be some opportunities for me to be involved, but at the moment there's usually only 1 or 2 big events a year, so those are limited to a pretty small selection of individuals. The old boys club, as it's known. I'm not a part of that. Not anymore, anyway. You remember your first introduction to StarCraft? Someone at high school loaded it onto the computers and you play it during lunch? Bro, that was us. Oh, I'm playing against a random player, by the way, so I'm just letting you know I'm autopiloting my TVT build here. But yeah. Now all of that stuff was fun. You know, you can't do everything forever, right? If WCS was still going and they asked me if I wanted to be a part of it, that would be amazing. That would be the dream. There was nothing more fun than having a daily or 2 or 3 shows a week. When we were doing 3 shows a week and you had plot threads and you could have running jokes and all that kind of stuff, like that was the dream. We used to have audience come in for WCS season finals and shit like that, you know? It was awesome. It was awesome. I think my passion for doing some of that stuff kind of diminished when it all went to the remote online stuff, and then, you know, they ended up kind of trimming everything. So I'm very positive about StarCraft 2 as a game. I love that Blizzard's updating it and stuff, but like as far as anything on the pro scene type goes, I just think it's too small. It's too small to really take care of people. When I see people that are currently doing the big EWC and stuff, when I see those people like posting about trying to find work and stuff, I'm like, it kind of says everything. Even the casters that get hired to do the 1 event a year, it's not enough to actually support them anyway. So there's just not really that much work. There's just really not that much work. But I do believe if there were suddenly, you know, 10 premier tournaments a year, you would probably see me at a few of them. You probably see me at a few events a year, if there were a few events a year, but there's just not. The last pro tournament I cast was DreamHack Atlanta last year, and then there were no more DreamHacks. So I did the online qualifier. I did the B stream with Behemoth, but then that was it. That was like the last DreamHack for StarCraft, and they just don't do it anymore. So there's this year there was only the EWC championships, which had some online qualifier thing, but there's no circuit anymore. There's no WCS. There's no ESL Pro Tour. It's all gone. It's all gone. But Blizzard is updating the game. We're seeing quality of life improvements come. There's going to be a classic game show match, it looks like, at BlizzCon next year. So hopefully we'll get to see something like MMA or some other, you know, legend from StarCraft 2 kind of come back and do something fun. That would be nice. But it looks like they're going to do Brood War, StarCraft 2, and Heroes of the Storm at BlizzCon next year. So that should be cool. 7 redeemed a dab. Hang on. Gotcha. I gotcha. I hit him with the double dab because I'm good like that. MMA versus Huck? Oh yeah. Jinro, Huck, Fruit Dealer, all of that. Give me all of that. He's chessing me. He's chessing me. Bit by bit or riot? Yeah, see? You get it, you get it. You get it. Uh-oh, friendo. What, did you just proxy everything? Is that what this is? Damn. Yeah, I'm a hard guy to kill. I'm a hard guy to kill. I know. That's everybody's least favorite thing about me. That's the toughest thing. That's the toughest thing about me. Let's go, baby. Let's see what's out there. Let's go see what's out there in the big old wide world, shall we? Fruit dealer? Yeah. That's the good old days. People talk about the good old days. I'm like, then you get to some dank options. Some dank options when it comes to the good old days. Oh, all right. I'm just gonna GG out. Let's go next. The best thing about a game like that is I can highlight the sick micro at the start, but I don't actually have to play a 30-minute TVT. I kind of got what I needed from that match. Thank you for clipping it, Seven. I appreciate you. Let's go next. Yo. Dude. Minigun, Idra, some good stuff. Minigun was so much fun to watch. Stefano? Exactly! Seriously, dude, if you told me I could watch, like, MMA versus Stefano, I don't care if the game... I don't care how good they are. I just want to see him throw... I want to see him throw down. I want to see Ilyas do that thing at the start of the game where he just says... GL, HF, MMA, just says his full name. Like, that's what I want. That's what I need. Okay? I don't give a shit about this stupid balance garbage everyone's so obsessed over, ruining the game, overtuning units. No, just let me see people throw hands. Put them in the arena. Put them in the arena. Let me see. Oh, man, dude, you're so right. Stefano, these guys were like, so, it was so sick to watch them play, man. It was so sick. Like, I'm staying up in the middle of the night. To watch Pro League. Evil Geniuses is playing in Pro League. They got Stefano going. It's the first time they've ever let a non-Korean team play in Pro League or some shit. It was nuts. It was nuts. And then Stefano comes out and he plays the sickest game against CJ Hero. And he says, like, GL, HF. And he does this whole thing. And then the GSL people are like, the SPL people are like, whoa, we might need to disqualify Stefano because he didn't just say GLHF. They're like, you're not allowed to type in the chat at all here. And he's like, well, they're like, it turned into a whole mess. And they're like, no, we had to get the fucking ambassador from France to come over and be like, hey. Guy with Nova keys. There you go. I think that's some kind of, I think that's what they use when you get your teeth. When you get your teeth fixed, right? They Nova keys. They put that in your gums. He's a professional dentist, is all you need to know. MC. Oh my God, MC. Do you guys remember when In Control interviewed MC? He's like, "What do you have to say?" I said, "Fuck you." MC was so much fun. That guy was hilarious. Man, he could put down a bottle of soju like nobody. Some of them were lightweights, not MC. We partied hard. Good times. It's good times, man. There's some funny stuff back then. Back when the worst thing people did was just shit talk each other, right? It's nice. It's nice. Cyril versus Rhett? Yeah. I don't know about that. It's funny because like, Cyril had been competing for a bit before he like blew up, you know. So he was a player that people were like aware of, but he was certainly never that guy. And then everybody was talking about Neeb, but that whole year Neeb spent dominating WCS. That was like Cyril was basically in his cocoon. He was doing his cell thing. He was just slowly going around collecting the androids. Nobody was really paying much attention to him. And then the next thing you knew, Perfect Cell showed up, and you were like, oh, you know. And that it was just amazing. But Neeb had everybody's attention for a full year. He had everybody's attention for a whole year. And then Cyril we were all like, wow, I wonder this Neeb versus Hydra rivalry, you know, where is it gonna go? What comes next? And but what do you think? Proxy Robo? Proxy Robo probably. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Yeah, probably Proxy Robo. Especially when they talk, like that's always a giveaway. People who like attention are usually willing to do things for it. You know what I mean? So he's got something somewhere. He's got something. All right, let's go get him. So dead? Well, we'll see. Maybe. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised the games Nathan will throw. You'd be surprised. Darling, you have no idea what's possible. And game. The fact that he built the fleet beacon. Did he have void ray speed? Bro, I thought I was like, everyone's gonna think I'm baked if I say that void ray has speed. But yeah, I wasn't gonna lie. I was like, man, is that void ray going really fast, or did I accidentally? What was going on there? Oh yeah, when they played the custom map where they let people vote on what would happen. Yeah, that Red Bull event was sick. That was sick, man. Hey, I was talking about this guy earlier. I was like, where's the Sojin guy that plays random? I usually play him like 3 times in a row at the start of the day every day. He's on late tonight. He's on late. He's burning the midnight oil with me. Watching this makes me want to go back and watch the old SC2 ranked matches. Heck yeah, man. Alright, looks like there's nothing out here. Watching Idra rage was amazing. Dude, being in like his chats on those days, just with in the hordes, just spamming lol 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 lol. I remember. Man, he'd always have that Skrillex going. It was brutal. Oh my gosh, what did they say? It was like sounding like Transformers having sex or something. Good stuff. Good stuff. There's the old days and there's the old days. The dubstep era, yeah, man. It's crazy. Oh, look at that. TVT. Oh man, I got like a whole playlist. That stuff, what that stuff did end up getting me into, and I was listening to some trance music when I was in high school, so I was kind of aware of some of the electronic genres. But that shit was definitely my gateway drug to getting into some smoother but still good stuff. Bro, seeing Armin van Buuren live was like absolutely one of the highlights. One of the highlights of my life, man. Shit was wild. Like 15 feet away from the guy, I was so sick. Such sick. Such good music, man. There's some good jams out there. Whatever happened to Home Story Cup? Home Story Cup still happens. It's mostly a volunteer event. Like, all the casters and stuff pretty much do it for free. There's, it's very, you know, they're doing their best to keep that event going, but there's, it's just like once or twice a year, I think, still. They're still able to do it pretty regularly, which is nice. I think the last Home Story Cup was in June. Am I right about that, guys? I don't really remember, but... Oh, he's trying to kill the Liberator with the Liberator. That's adorable. Look at that. No GG. No GG. I sniped his main base. beautiful. Beautiful. It got you into drum and bass and a bunch of techno? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. January is the next one as far as I know. All right, so Sir Borberod in chat says the next Home Story Cup is in January. But yeah, they've been on a pretty much, like, they mostly just run off of donos. Like, oh my god, he proxied everything. What the hell? He built a bunker? I didn't even feel it. I thought he just sent all that shit from his base. LOL. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yo, thanks for the YouTube subs. Appreciate it, guys. Appreciate it. Bless you. Bless you. Thank you. Are any of the old SC2 casters still around? I keep in touch with a few of them. There's only like 1 or 2 events a year these days that pay anyway, like big ones. So if you've missed out on what's happened in Starcraft, Blizzard doesn't really do anything in esports anymore. ESL and DreamHack were consolidated into one company. They both got purchased by the Saudi Investment Fund. So they're mostly just running the Esports World Championship now. So there's just one huge event every year in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And that is the StarCraft 2 World Championship, and also the only like premier event that happens anymore. So the entire StarCraft scene more or less revolves around one event in Saudi Arabia every year. So it's been a little bit tough for fans to go out and actually go to these things. The crowds are kind of small, but those guys are basically the only people willing to put money into competitive StarCraft. So there's not a whole lot else going on, but you'll still see DeMuslim, he's still around. Rotterdam is still around. Zombie Grub, Fear Dragon, all them. Jeff sadly passed a few years back. But Tasteless and Artosis still doing all that stuff, so. Yeah, there's no more. There are currently no leagues that are affiliated with or sponsored by Blizzard, so. Why Saudi? Well, I think that's just the market that they want to move into, right? Like, it's a pretty easy way to give yourself access to young, impressionable men because of how popular gaming is online. So I think on one part, it's like a PR campaign by them, and on the other part, it's like there isn't really anybody that can afford to keep the industry afloat at the moment. They're the only player left. So when borrowing capital costs went up and investments, people started to steer away from risky stuff in the last few years, and we've got that big bubble now. But basically, nobody's throwing money at esports companies no one's burning VC money for esports anymore. So all of those small little companies that were trying to make stuff happen, none of them exist anymore. So that's another reason why there was a fall off in events, even outside of games like StarCraft, and the general industry was really, really consolidated by, really heavily consolidated by that acquisition. So I think League of Legends still does their league about the same way that they usually do. And maybe Dota. I don't know if they still do TI. Do I think esports will ever make a resurgence? Well, you just have to think about the nature of what esports is, right? Like, the football in America didn't make money immediately either. So if you go by that timeline, you've got like 20 or 30 more years before people are, there's any group of professionals that are able to make a full-time income in the US at least. So I think it mostly just matters, like, next economic cycle, if at some point you just have to assume that there will be people able to get money from venture capitalists. So esports is a product in general that doesn't really make money, but you get access to a lot of eyeballs. So that was never really fixed. All the people who built successful stuff, they all took big fat paychecks and retired or went and did something else. So a lot of the companies that ended up getting acquired didn't actually have anything of value. They just had people there that kind of knew how to put on a good show. They were like, well, these numbers are good. Do you guys make any money? And the answer was always no. So because the industry is more or less completely funded by marketing budgets and venture capital, especially you guys remember Silicon Valley Bank, how they kind of imploded a few years ago, but they were involved with quite a few players in the space. In fact, I believe even that ended up being a factor in like Stormgate's funding stuff too. Pretty sure they went with SVB. So there's all sorts of macroeconomic stuff that plays into it, but essentially esports isn't important enough for people to gamble money on right now. So basically there's no competition. So these guys are like, they run the esports world championship in Saudi every year, and they're just like, that's it. They're the big guys. So everybody that works in the scene works for those guys now. But they only do one StarCraft event a year. Like, they use the game, but they're not like actively supporting the scene in any way. So that being said, Blizzard started updating the game again. So I'm in the group of people that's kind of like, I don't give a shit. You know, I'm just happy that we get that. I think I got his stim. Oh, you needed it. You needed it, though, didn't you? Oh, and if you missed it, Blizzard got bought by Microsoft, so they, internally, before all the Blizzard stuff ended up getting canceled, internally, we still had some communications with folks from their side, and the last thing that we heard before the multi-year silence, or at least, I'm not really a part of that stuff anymore, I guess, so there may have been other updates along the way, but the last big thing we got told was that there wasn't going to be any news or anything happening until after the merger, which ended up taking like 2 or 3 years. So then Blizzard got kicked out of China. They had to redo all of their contracts there, had to license their engine to the Marvel Rivals guys. So they ended up having to do a bunch of work there just to be allowed to operate in China again. The Starcraft 2 version, the Chinese version of Starcraft 2, actually only just got re-uploaded to Blizzard servers like a week or two ago. I think was that was like the big thing that people believe led to us getting more updates again, but do I think the merge was positive? I mean, I'll be real with you. We haven't actually seen the combined company really make anything. They mostly just been doing like, oh yeah, I keep making the yearly COD games and stuff, but there's not much else. Yeah, keep going, bud. You're almost at the center of the Tootsie Pop. Keep licking. You're almost there. What I need to do is secure enough economy that I can make 7 starports and go mass battle cruiser. That's the goal here.
And I'm done. Swap away. You've depleted that mineral field.
What does he have? Oh, not too much. Yeah, we might be able to just go kill him.
Find out some of your minerals. Your base is under siege.
Let's get it. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, we went several years with basically no updates for Starcraft, and now we're at the point where we had a PTR get shipped, a bug fix for the patch released from that PTR, and like that's really about as good as it gets, if you ask me. That's so much more than we've been getting for literally years. Like, it's literally been years, so. I just fly over onto his production. Just fly over to his production. Nate, has Twitch enabled HEVC or AV1? Yeah, HEVC. I've been streaming HEVC for months. I've only been streaming HEVC since I came back to streaming StarCraft. If you were watching the source quality, you've been watching HEVC. If you were watching 1080p, you were getting the old encoder, but I recently stopped streaming in 1440p so I could allocate more resources to the vertical stream. So I think the 1080p is probably HEVC now. So that might be what you're noticing. The 1080p might look better. They don't do the 1080p in HVAC if you do 1440. So that's probably what you're noticing. But the 1080p should look much better, yeah, for sure. Twitch is not doing any of the encoding on this stream anymore. It's all from me. Every quality option is all me. Holding tiny hope for SC3. You always went Goliath spam. Dude, at this point, like, if my wish list for StarCraft would be if they did something like bringing back Brood War in some way. I would love like a modernized take on Brood War from Blizzard. Like, that would really, really make me happy. You know, I've got all these remakes of Resident Evil games to play forever, and the old games, and I still play the old ones and the new ones. I would love to see some sort of modern take on Brood War gameplay. That would make me really, really happy as a StarCraft fan. But aside from that, I mean, StarCraft 2 on Steam kind of feels like a no-brainer. That would be amazing. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. Like a Brood War remake. Like, imagine that they tried to keep the same units, kind of adjusted them for, you know, the control scheme stuff, but we actually had like a Brood War-esque game. That would be really cool. Like, they can do StarCraft 3 if they want, but they're going to do new, different stuff in that, right? It could suck. So I would personally prefer, after this much time, that they would invest into StarCraft 1 and 2 again, really. Then you don't have to figure anything out, really, so. Best they can do is Brood War with SC2 controls / engine. That would be fine. I'd be fine with that. That's how they did Warcraft Reforged. I mean, it's better than nothing. I'll take it. You just have to hope they do a better job than they did with Reforged, but it's also been like quite a few years since that game came out. I'm sure everybody who worked on it's been fired from there by now, so. It would be pretty cool. It would be pretty cool to like play a first party supported, like with matchmaking, just modern Brood War, whether it's a StarCraft 2 map that they give a queue to, or if it's, you know, a full-fledged game. Like, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. Because obviously a regular old StarCraft custom map doesn't do anything, because you can't. There's no MMR or matchmaking, so it would need to be some vehicle that could facilitate that. I'd be happy. I'm already really happy with what they're doing to StarCraft 2. So in the long run, I'm hopeful that StarCraft 2 will also get some more improvements on a software level. That would be nice. It would be nice. I'm not gonna hold my breath, but I'm not gonna sit here and say that I don't want anything just because it's unrealistic either. I think it's important to dream a little bit. You know how many times people told me Blizzard would never come back and start updating StarCraft again? You wanna know how many times I heard that? I didn't give up. I sat here and toughed it out with everybody else. Took years for Blizzard to come back. It's like I'm out here waiting for fucking Roaring Kitty. But Blizzard came back. They did come back for us. They made all these quality of life updates that they buffed the Banshee, the Liberator, the Thor, the tank. They touched almost every single unit in some way. They made it so you can't accidentally overstim. They got rid of that. They put like a 2-second cooldown on stim just so you can't accidentally spam it faster than it lasts. Like, they did a lot of good stuff. They made it so that workers don't have to come to a complete stop to attack, so it's a lot easier to deal with cheese. They made it easier to click on like the Terran SCV that's building the bunker. Like, they just made so many quality of life changes. Like, they're at the point now where they've fixed so many pain points that any actual press from them about a more serious experimental type of update, or obviously, again, I love content, but I just don't expect content. Stargate 2. All right. Boom, boom. Stargate 2. Nate, that Megazords you had earlier was awesome. Thank you, man. Thank you. You like the shorts? Dude, I was like, that clip went a little bit longer. I was kind of just trying to keep the Liberators away from the Corruptors when I was on approach. And it's tough. Like, it's hard getting into a good position there, because if the Liberators get picked off at all getting there, then they really do give a lot of support against the Swarm hosts. Like, it is a big part of it. So I'm glad you liked the clip. I tried not to make it too long. I tried not to drag it out. Trying to be strategical, tactical. I just want to make dope stuff. Just wait until you know what I bet you guys have never seen. Now that I've brain rotted myself on TikTok long enough, I'm ready. I'm gonna eventually be bringing the type of content you guys just aren't ready for. All right, wait till you see me do a TikTok edit of a Widow Mine drop. All right, shit is gonna get wild. It is gonna get weird. It is going to get weird. But yeah, like, they've been making quality of life updates. So they gave the Infestor Dark Swarm. It literally has a 50% damage debuff for any range. Like, it's just sick, man. They're doing a lot. They're doing a lot, and I love it. I do. Like, focus down the What do you think? Is he going to send another Oracle in? Are you clicking that quickly? I use a technique. I use a configuration called Rapid Fire. I'm going to probably make some new guides soon. It seems like a lot of people are coming back to StarCraft. You guys are motivating me to want to update my 10-year-old guides I have for this game. I haven't wanted to explain StarCraft to people in a while. So I appreciate these kinds of questions coming up. It's all good questions to ask. I use Rapid Fire, which it's like a hard... It's like a configuration thing, basically, that people sort of discovered towards the mid stages, I guess, of Legacy of the Void. But you can just hold down keys, basically, to do stuff like attack, move, and whatnot, so. There are still some people out there that think APM is a big deal, and I find those people adorable, but you can get some crazy high APM doing this, so. How long have I been playing Starcraft? I've been playing Starcraft for 2/3 of my life now. I've been playing Starcraft since 2004. Since 2004, very, very, very long time. I was a little kid when I started playing the game, though, so I was not a competitive Brood War player. I didn't really take it seriously at all. Didn't care for any of that stuff. Look at that, though. Yeah, we got some big money. Big, big money. You don't have to rebind every key. It's like you just change. All you really need to know, it's hard to explain, but the TLDR, like assuming that you're really good at figuring things out on your own, all you have to do is open your hotkey file in Notepad to set it up. You just have to know what to look for. That's it. You just open your .sc2 hotkeys file in Notepad, and you set one bind to every key that you want to have spammable. That's it. You just go key, comma, key, comma, key. You can put as many as you want. That's why it's one of the reasons why it's taken over. It's taken over the configuration space. Oh, he's got too many gateway units. GG. You sure you'd mess it up and bind the wrong key, trying to snipe with ghosts and just stop all your units somehow? Yeah. Yeah. I just find that for my wrists, you know, I'm 32 years old now, so I've been grinding StarCraft 2 since I was 17. So doing like the clicks and the really fast, like all of that, that's like tough. So I just use my mouse hand mostly to aim nowadays. So by having all those rapid fire keys set up, I don't have to click a million times. That's really the best part about it. I love it. I love it purely from a accessibility standpoint. certainly not getting any younger. I certainly don't want to destroy my wrists playing a video game. Do you have any favorite YouTube commentators? You know, I like Lag TV. If I'm going to watch a game of Starcraft, while I'm chilling, I'm usually going to pull up a When Cheese or Will Cheese Fails video. That's what I like. I like to watch those. I'm a big fan of those.
It's time to kick things off.
Yeah, APM is kind of a meme stat now. If I just hold down return cargo over my workers, it'll spike up into the thousands. Apparently Jeff is still doing those. Yeah, are you not subscribed to their YouTube? There's no apparently. If you're subbed to them, you'll see that they post stuff still. They still do when Cheese Fails. They still put up videos all the time. See people suck. I mean, suck is a strong word. You know, StarCraft is a difficult game. Putting yourself out there is not easy. You know, I like to think it's worth giving a little bit of respect to anybody who's willing to play such a brutally difficult game. There's very little in the way of fairness in StarCraft, so you gotta be kind to yourself. Exactly. Now that's true. Seeing people fail at any level of play is hilarious. In that sense, yes, completely agree. That's one of the best things about it is that you can watch somebody blow a cannon rush at 1500 MMR or 5000 MMR, and it's going to be hilarious in both realities. So exactly. Yeah, and like the people who are in those games, you know, those aren't even content creators. Those aren't people that know what it's like to have strangers on the internet tell you suck ass, or just say horrible things about you. That's just how the internet is, really, right? We all kind of know that. But for the average person who's featured in a video like that, it's not something that they're used to either. So you know, there's some. I got respect. I got respect for anybody who's willing to get roasted by Adam and Jeff, and I've got respect for anybody willing to be roasted by Adam and Jeff for entertainment. It's a sacrifice. It's a sacrifice for the greater good. We have someone close in age, so I think he grew up understanding the internet is full of that. Yeah, shenanigans, etc. Just remember play again in Legacy of the Void and getting constantly cheesed. I mean, that stuff is super annoying, though. Like, when I think about things that keep people from playing the game, those sort of super frustrating moments, like those happening really early in the game, it's always been one of the worst things about StarCraft. Just like from like if I was going to rate a video game out of 10 sort of thing, it's like, StarCraft 2 is a game that wraps itself in the veneer of strategy, while having a hardcore player base of individuals who believe that the more different things you do in a game, the worse of a player you are. StarCraft 2 primarily revolves around practicing one kick 10 million times, and then complaining anytime that kick doesn't instantly kill whoever you're fighting. Am I close? Am I warm? So, I mean, I love StarCraft, but it's always been a game with its pros and cons for sure. As Rick Grimes would say, it's A's and fucking B's. But like 99% of StarCraft is people circle jerking how it's the greatest strategy game ever, and then people complaining that anytime a map doesn't let them do the same only build they've been playing for 8 years straight. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful game to be a part of. Yeah, I think we're cooked, right? Oh, he's got us. I don't have anything. Let's go next. You remember getting Zerg rushed every game until after the 30th time you learned how to stop it? Dude, back in the day, like, you would just die to slow banelings, and like, you would just have like 5 slow banelings walk up your main base ramp, blow up your depot, and kill you, even though you had like 7 Marines behind it. Like, nobody understood how to properly put a bunker behind a wall or time it for any kind of attack. Like, it was crazy. It was crazy, like, how raw the game used to be in that way. That it was like, nobody would ever think to just build a bunker no matter what, even though no Zerg could go hatch first because of how small maps used to be. But it's like, you know, stuff like that is really fascinating. Stuff like that is really, really fascinating. I'll never forget you casting that tournament and calling out every single thing Terran was going to do in order. Yeah, exactly. Maybe I should have left a little bit more for for people's appetite than necessarily spelling it all out. Baneling balls with the deaths of you, yeah. Oh, back when, I mean, it's like, you know, I don't play with Marines that much these days. Obviously, my wrists are older, but like, Marines are the same unit that they were 15 years ago. They haven't been changed in any meaningful way, any real way anyway, except that stim quality of life. So it's like, Marines have only gotten harder to use. At no point has using Marines ever gotten easier in Starcraft. So it's like, I'm nostalgic for those days, but also none of those strategies work anymore because of all the other units that were added to counter Marines. So it's like, yeah, I'm in that group where I squarely reminisce about those things instead of trying to recreate them. If there were no lurkers, in the game and no Ravagers, man, I would go Marine Mine every game in TVZ. That'd be sick. Ultras have gotten a few buffs over the years, but you could probably go like Marine Mine Liberator. Having one Liberator over a Widow Mine would technically make it so a Zerg couldn't bait it with one Ling. Like, the Liberator would always get the Ling before it could do that. So, you know, it's not like there's nothing anymore. Widow Mines got buffed, Liberators got buffed. People are kind of refiguring some stuff out. The meta for Zergs is usually just turtling to Hive, so I don't think it's impossible for there to eventually be a resurgence there. I want to believe that Biomine could work again, but I've been hurt a lot of times, so. You came back recently, didn't have to research Siege mode, it blew your mind? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, Wardcraft, man. Dude, that's what I'm talking about right there. That's some good shit. Oh, this guy, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Vegito. Bro, Vegito's my favorite character in Dragon Ball. If I recall, this guy doesn't GG me when I beat him, but you know, I'm just gonna be respectful because I love Vegito. I gotta do it for him. If I can't do it for my opponent, I gotta do it for Vegito. This is a very spicy build I call the 4 Command Center build. You guys will never guess why I call it that. Now, when you get something like that, skip it about. Yeah, that's fine. Come on in, buddy. I just want you to come inside. I mean, if you think you can do-si-do with the big boys, come on and dance. But this is why we call it the 4 command center build. You get to take a planetary fortress on your 3rd really, really fast, but you don't actually have to make your 3rd base a planetary. Like you still have a 3rd orbital command very early in the game. That's the idea. That's the idea. And then as soon as we can get Hellions out, we will. Most of the time when I do this build, I just die to like big roach counterattacks. Because people obviously are like, I can't believe you brushed 4 command centers. So it's still a build in progress, like many, but the idea is that you have your spread out resource income, so you're not oversaturating your bases too quick. You kind of get around the inherent difficulty of playing Terran, where getting that 3rd base is such a pain in the ass. And you basically do it faster than they can even react. So it's like, what is he going to do? Make 700 Banelings and try to pop this? Like, trying to pop this with Banelings would be psychopath energy. Talking like Freddy Fazbear coded level of insanity. Is it because you built 4 battle cruisers? How's the community around the game? It was already pretty decent. Yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of the good folks have left. There are actually quite a few people that just follow stuff. Like some of the former like casters and stuff that I talk to, they don't really engage with people because everything is, you know, people on the internet are very aggressive these days because of like geopolitics and, you know, all the other reasons why people want to be angry about stuff all the time. So, you know, you see a lot more of that on the internet in general, I think. I don't know that it's really like a Starcraft specific thing, but you still see a lot of that kind of stuff in the space. But aside from that, there's still a lot of people that work very hard to put on events regularly, even in the absence of Blizzard, even in the absence of GSL. We don't get any of that stuff anymore. But there's still many individuals who bust their butts. Yeah. So I was gonna say, outside of the general unfriendliness of the internet these days, Starcraft is pretty much par for the course with everything else. Starcraft fans on social media usually argue about things like, should we try to make the game easier so that more people come back and play and that sort of thing. They're very divided on subjects like that. But Blizzard is doing quality of life updates on their own now, so that's why I've been super happy lately. For a few years, they let pro players dictate the patches, like, to their own game, so that it was kind of crazy. They forced a bunch of stuff in people didn't want, and there was a lot of backlash. There were a lot of people raging and whining over the last few years. So Blizzard coming back and being the one facilitating the patch development and stuff like that and deployment has been a really big boon for the game. Look at that. Don't think we got to worry about the Marines anymore. Send this guy out as like a spotter for a drop. There's the guy who's been photoshopping hats on the Zerg characters on the Reddit. Yeah, that's some good stuff. That's some good stuff. No, my plan here is we're going to go big into Thors. We're going to do the Megazord build, guys. We're going to do the Megazord build. You guys love that one, right? That's one of my favorites. Is it the best build ever? I don't know. I have no idea how I would determine something like that. Is it fun? Yes. It's very fun. Look at that. Trying to burrow roaches on me. Trying to burrow roaches on me here. Bro, he just put like 20. The guy just put like 50 supply into a blender. I thought he was gonna drop me though. I thought that's what those overlords were for. I was pretty certain we were gonna get roach dropped. Oh. Lots of hydras. We're almost at the point where we could move out. Just need more liberators. I should have... Nah, we don't really have the gas. I'm spending it. I'm spending it all. I'm spending everything as it comes in. We're in a pretty good pace. 170 supply at 11 minutes. We're a little bit blocked. We did just throw away some Hellions, but I actually... You know, let's go. Let's just... I think we're good. And you know what? If I turn out to be wrong and we lose this game, then I will... I don't know. You guys figure it out. Isn't losing a game the worst thing that can happen to a man? So there you go. We don't have to do anything. We'll just be miserable. He's got some like angles. He's got some angles going on me here now. Damn, so many blinding clouds, huh? He's nuts. I tried, guys. I tried. All right, let's get 3-3. Add another factory. We'll take another swing in a minute or two, huh? It did feel like he was just going to turtle forever, so I just wanted to attack him because his game was getting kind of slow. Game was getting a little bit slow. If my opponent just sits there and waits for me to leave my base the whole entire time, I try to just end it as fast as I can usually. I don't like playing drawn out games against people that aren't interactive with me. Yeah, look at this. Look how much static defense he builds, and he doesn't even leave his own base. He builds all this static D, and he does not even move out of his base. That's the kind of shit I'm talking about. That's what kills me. Kills me. Yeah, now the lurkers are coming out. It's gonna need more liberators. It's gonna need a lot more liberators for this setup, that's all. This is just me buying as much time as I can. Perfect. The important move here is to split the Liberators. We just want the Liberators to not be all able to get parasitic bombed at the same time. That's the essential important thing here. Beautiful. There it is. There it is. Whew. Crazy game. That was a sick one. I defeated Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan Vegito Blue. Incredible. Incredible. Whew. Whew. I know. Guys, I actually did go Super Saiyan for that game a little bit towards the end there. That was... Woo! I'm gonna need to grab myself another beverage. I'm gonna need to grab myself another drink, mate. GG, thank you, thank you. Woo, Megazords, hell yeah, man. What happened to the old BC blink-in over their base, Nate? They made it, the strategy is not good anymore. Unfortunately, I inspired a bunch of people to go battlecruiser rushing when I took my year break, and when I came back, everybody had built BCs because they missed me. Unfortunately, exposing the Zerg habitat to battlecruisers ended up causing them to develop a resistance. Almost an immunity, you could say. On top of that, they made it so that spires build faster and cost less. So my battlecruiser rush timing doesn't work anymore. It doesn't work anymore. So that's all I've got to say about that. That's all I've got to say about that. But yeah, I just got to use the loo and grab myself a drink real quick, and we'll play another game. All right, guys? Thanks for hanging out. Happy Wednesday. When Nate says 2 minutes, he means it. I'm back. Resources lost 25.9k to 18.2k. Bro, if Parasitic Bomb was like Irradiate, my life would be so much easier. Straight up. Actually, wait. No, I'm thinking of the wrong one. I was thinking of Plague. Sorry. Plague's the one that doesn't kill the units. My bad. We just had the full conversation in my head. I got there. I appreciate it. You're very kind. I'm like, no, Irradiate's not the one that leaves them with 1 health. Irradiate just microwaves everything. My favorite thing to do anytime I get the chance with science vessels is you like cast Irradiate on yourself and then fly over Zerg units. You can just make all the drones pop from the sky. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Psych. Doesn't this guy always leave against me? Yep, there it is. There it is. See, guys? I'm catching on. I'm catching on. I don't think he plays TVT. Some people just don't play TVT anymore. Because they buffed Vikings again, too, so. So it's a lot more Tank Viking. If you enjoyed that. If you enjoyed Tank Viking 1, boy, do I have a sequel for you. But yeah, it's like, what else has changed? Well, I don't live in LA anymore. We moved to Vegas for a few years. I had a contract there with Logitech. I was doing the Splitgate League. Then we ended up moving up to Washington. We went a little bit up and down the Northwest zone. We've landed very, very close to the border. We're just up in the corner of the old U.S. Oh, look, he queued us as Zerg now. He'll play me in a ZVT. I appreciate that. Let's do it. Let's get it on like Papa John. Yeah, those battlecruiser strategies were so much fun. But like, you know, nobody actually really used them that much at the pro level. Like, they weren't that good. You would only ever see them as like a harass-based opener. And unfortunately, it was like, you know, they just never really wanted to buff it because the unit was too annoying. So, it's just one of those things. It's just one of those. Papa John, that's me. Yeah. Wild Nathanias stream on my random scrolling. Hey, ZJ. Well met. I hope you've been good, bro. You weren't even subbed on YouTube. I know, right? Isn't that the best? That's why I love doing the shorts thing, man. Over 90... Last time I checked, the exact number was 91.4% of my views on my channel in the last month have come from just the shorts feed. It is pretty sweet. It is pretty nice. YouTube is helping me get my Starcraft content in front of people who want to watch Starcraft? Nani? Used to watch Mana's challenge videos until it was Cannon Rush every video. I see. Yeah, you know, StarCraft players are all about being able to do the same thing forever, right? That's it's a common thing. I think I've gotten to a pretty good place with my builds these days. I don't really think anything I do is too boring. The only thing that's boring is probably when you want to like watch me get really worked up when someone cheeses me. I assume there's people who tune in and are like, man, Nathan didn't struggle and get mad losing to this cheese. He just left the game like he didn't care. And I'm like, yeah, that might be the worst thing that happens on here now. I actually think that's it. I think that's where the bar is. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. It won't get me on the front page of Reddit, but it also won't get me in trouble either. There's nothing I hate worse than men I don't know telling me I did something wrong. I can't handle that. Am I multi-streaming? Yes, yes. YouTube has not added support for dual format yet. It is supposed to be very soon, though. Should be really, really soon. Back in the Brood War days, you only played random. Win per se wasn't great, but you had fun. That's really all that matters. That's really all that matters. If the AI that ends up taking over Earth decides to determine your new status and the new hierarchy based on your StarCraft MMR, I'll probably end up having to eat my words here. But I don't think you're worried. I don't think you gotta worry about that. When you were at Logitech, did they pay pretty well? Well, I was working for them as a contractor, but I did Splitgate. I did the first 2 seasons for their competitive league. But they had an esports budget until COVID stuff got a little bit worse. But actually Splitgate just ended up really not doing super well. They took the game offline, tried to relaunch it, a bunch of other stuff. So, but that was they paid pretty decent. That was a good gig. It was a good gig for me. Those years I was doing mostly Splitgate, and I was still doing a lot of Starcraft at that point. I was doing a lot of the online shows. I was still doing quite a few online shows through 2023, but the Naraka Blade Point League I was also doing. So those were like my 2 main things. Those were like my 2 main things for that time period. That and the ESL Pro Tour I was casting a lot of as well. But we were all online for all of that stuff. It was all studio all the time. You're not sure how to turn off a vertical on Twitch? Yeah, so we have it on both. According to the Twitch people in our beta tester Discord, if you turn your phone to the side, it should just go back to the old format. It should show you the regular stream. YouTube will also have that available at some point, I'm guessing for me within the next month. They announced it a few months ago. They told me I have it already. But the other people who also got it didn't actually have it available yet. So I think one of the first channels I saw that actually has it was only 8 days ago. So my understanding is that I should be able to do both horizontal and vertical at the same time pretty soon. Look at this. He's already got Broodlords. This guy's crazy. Look at that. Oh my gosh. See, that's just creative, man. What could I do there? What could I do against that? That was insane. Yo, Cranky Ducklings, thanks for the raid. Hope you guys had a great stream. Yeah, the Logitech studio in Vegas was pretty nice though. We had a nice couch set up outside. Big windows at the front. It was at kind of a industrial park sort of thing, but we had a nice lobby. So we usually just sit there and watch whenever we were on break. We did a three caster rotation, so you did 2 matches on, 1 off, 2 1 off. So pretty standard. Yeah, we did two full seasons for that game. That was pretty fun. And then they basically just got defunded because it wasn't giving them what they were looking for. They made this really, really cool game that was basically Halo with portal guns, except they couldn't get around the technical limitation of being able to see through the portals. And that was like a pretty big sticking point for a lot of people, because the whole game was like, you could go through you can see through your own portals, but you can't see through anybody else's. So it's like, you could even troll your teammates by just placing your own shitty portals into a death trap. So, you know, there was definitely quite a bit about that. We've got a barcode Zerg this game, by the way. No way, bang. Yo, Oddstar, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you. Hope they bring back science vessels to heal mech units. Yeah, that'd be dope. I would love like a roguelite Starcraft with so much. Like imagine that, like when you build your barracks, there's like a unit slot that you have to pick one of like 3 different options, and it's permanent for the game, you know? And imagine if you had that for like each tech structure. It would be so cool. Zerg could make that choice when they go from like hatch to lair to hive. Find different ways to kind of gate it for each of them, but like I love that concept, even if it's just time based. I would love to see some roguelike elements implemented. And people always talk about like, how do you innovate RTS? It's so old. I'm like, let people make permanent choices each game, make each game unique in a more interesting way. That's what I'd like to see. People pretend RTS players are the smartest people alive. So don't tell me you can't make a game fun and fair to play when League of Legends and Dota have hundreds of characters and those games aren't giant messes that nobody can play. All right, every game can do it. Every game can do it, guys. Give me more fun modes. Make the game more fun, please. Pretty please. I want you to think about the things that if they were in the game, they would make you smile and go, ha, that's cool. You know, do those things. Do those things. Wow, that was pretty sick. Well, Nate, I think that's where you call it. I'm going to try to do this slightly different manner. Is this a wall? No, it's not. Do I go? Nope, it's not going to work, Nate. There's no way to do it. Got to put one more depot here. You know what's another great song? After Hours by The Weeknd. It's fantastic. Uh-oh. Well, that's just the way it goes, isn't it? Will it work? Can I buy myself a second here? Oh, you got me. GG. Good bust. Good bust. Let's go next. Just 2 battle cruisers and he's done? Yeah, exactly. Game controls need to innovate. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I think that like RTS players overthink it because they want to convince themselves everything they ever did before was like perfect and doesn't need to be changed, you know? But it's like I mean, you have to kind of live in like a fake reality to hold simultaneously the opinions that like you should never modernize the old RTS games, but also you need to do different stuff for new ones. It's like, you know what I mean? If it was true that you actually needed to make these huge changes, then wouldn't retroactively applying them to games people already like, you know, just make them better or more popular? Do you know what I mean? Like if it was that simple, if it was that simple of a thing, I just don't see it that way. Truly, the main difficulty of the genre is the accessibility of it. Are they having a Starcraft tournament at BlizzCon? Yes, they are. They're having a classic game tournament. Starcraft might only be like 1 series. We don't know yet. Nate, will you buy the Starcraft miniature table game? Absolutely not. Sounds crazy expensive. But if I win the lottery, yes, for sure. I would love to have a battle cruiser model. That sounds awesome. Yeah, I think there's a lot of like cool gameplay mechanics that modern games have come up with that are really popular that I think you just don't really see games try to do. So Zero Space actually, that is probably the best thing about Zero Space as a game, is that they have roguelike elements and that there are upgrades that you have to choose one or the other for certain units and stuff. I think that as a concept is just so awesome. StarCraft would be a much more interesting game if you actually could make strategical choices about the units you even have. Like, that would be crazy. All right, looks like pool first. We're quite used to this. We're quite used to this from Persephone. He did GG me the last time I played him, though, so usually he didn't used to do that, so I'll take it. No, you get nothing. Bunch of versions of Terran units with different stats and some have different effects. It'd be nice to see. I mean, same for Protoss and Zerg, man. Same for Protoss and Zerg. The only thing holding us back is balance for a game that, again, has 1 tournament all year, and the company that runs it doesn't even do anything else to support the competitive scene. I hope we see more patches go to making the game enjoyable and able to reach new players. I hope we see patches in that direction more than for balance. There's a bunch of people who don't want to let go of the esport thing, but like this game's future will come from recapturing some of its old audience and basically resurfacing itself as the #1 strategy game. That is StarCraft 2's destiny. Until some billionaire decides to just start funding a league all year, in which case, just so you guys know, if they ever actually do bring back a real esports league, I would just like you to know I reserve the right to change my opinion on that. I only think balancing for competitive when there's not even 10 people who make a full-time salary a year playing the game. I just think that's dumb. That's all. If we had leagues in America and Europe and Korea again, then yeah, obviously you want to make sure that you can get quality professional matches. But right now that those pro scenes, those new players will never exist if there's no one to actually start playing the game. So I'm pretty squarely in that belief. I would love to see a little bit of a resurgence in StarCraft. Most people I've seen talk about the new patch only talk about balance, and it drives me crazy. Drives me crazy. GG, there you go. He was a greedy boy. Did he just forget to build his roaches? No, I just got him at the perfect timing. Nice. Then let's have another mode, man. Let me get bombarded by Spear of Adun. Dude, I would love like being able to pick a unit, like have some sort of unit loadout. If you played Mechabellum, like Mechabellum handles that kind of really well. You unlock the units like throughout the game basically. And you could hypothetically try to unlock everything, but in a game of Mechabellum that would kind of be insane, right? People kind of like take turns stacking their boxes against each other, you know, between rounds, and that's really interesting. That type of dynamic decision making doesn't really exist in StarCraft because the game is so fast that you either do the thing that works or you just lose most of the time. Unless you're at a lower rank or you're good enough like me where you can just do insane shit against good players and you just kind of leverage what you know they'll be expecting against them to create opportunities for yourself to do things that even though they know you're going to do something weird, they'll never be 100% sure what or where, and that's where my strength lies in the game. But like that's just one of the coolest things about StarCraft is that there is still so much depth to that, even with the speed of the game. But like, you know, if I want to do like Giga Omega tryhard stuff, then the range of viable strategy starts to shrink very quickly if you want to optimize for win rate. I always found optimizing for win rate on the ladder kind of silly though, because the game is rigged to get you to 50% win-loss no matter what. Even if you play really, really well, it's still going to put you against progressively better people until you lose a bunch. Then you feel bad about yourself and you don't even see all the progress you've made. Like, what's up with that? Hell no. Hell no. This guy's going to proxy hatch me and then I'm going to leave the game. Exactly. You want to optimize for player longevity. Like, that's really it. The Psystorm change is huge, and it's, I think, one of the best things they've ever done. Because if you're a Protoss player especially, you guys have gotten absolutely f***ed over for the last few years. Like, Protoss got virtually nothing but nerfs from 2020 onward. They got absolutely beaten into the ground. Protoss became the first race in StarCraft to go a whole year, like several years even, without a single premier victory. Right now, there's only one Protoss player who even plays at a high enough level to be considered a top-level pro, and he is the most criticized player in the entire game because Protoss has so few actual reliable tools. This guy's just got to do crazy shit every single game to even have a hope of winning, and then everybody just nitpicks him. Everybody just nitpicks him crazy, crazy hard. Yeah, all right, there it is. GG. I told you he was going to do that. This guy does this. He just builds hatcheries all over the map forever. So that's what he was going to do. By the time we killed that, there would have been 7 more hatches around the sides of the map. I've got that guy's name memorized as well. I won't take noob. I got you. Zerg won everything for so long that a lot of the Terran and Protoss players left the space, and then most of the community discussion was about how Protoss needed to be nerfed for years and years and years. Protoss didn't win anything. They like get worse and worse. It's crazy. Terran's been pretty decent through the whole time. The Protoss players got abused the last few years. So like, imagine that you come back and you're like, oh my god, they reworked Psystorm. Whether you like it or not, they've completely changed like a core aspect of the game. It's taking a swing at it. It is something. It is a huge thing to mess with, and at the same time, it says so much about what they're trying to do for the game, that you have this more or less new mechanic because Storm lasts longer, because it does more damage, and even though that tick rate is a little bit slower, sure, like, you can actually use your brain and try to think about new ways to use something that you already had. And if that's not an example of trying to make the game more interesting for Protoss players who have basically been completely left on the side of the road by virtually everybody in the entire space for years now, like, I don't know what to tell you then. Like, when they did it for Zerg too. Zerg had they gave Zerg Dark Swarm in this last patch. Like, that's crazy. It's a huge deal. I still kind of rarely see it, but it's like one of those things that is just really, really interesting to think about. It's really interesting to think about, like changes like that just kind of shake things up and make people feel like they have something new to play with and try and work on. And you know, Terran didn't really get the same extent of a rework in this patch, but I will say that all the quality of life updates, and especially the pathfinding things for the Liberator and the Thor, those are all pretty fantastic. Pretty fantastic. But yeah, putting Dark Swarm in the game, readjusting the way that Psystorm works, these are all really good changes. The fact that if you hold down the T key, right? Like if you hold down the stim key with your Marines, they won't just stim until they die anymore. There's a cooldown on it just for that. Like, but the cooldown is shorter than stim lasts. So all they did was just make it a lot harder to overstim. It's a small change that doesn't really affect balance, but you know what it does? Is it makes somebody who's playing the game, who's playing a really stressful, difficult game and just tries to stim and accidentally fat fingers it, it keeps them from instantly losing the game. So whether you think that's fair or not, it keeps that player most likely from punching a hole in their wall and never playing StarCraft again. So, you know, it's definitely one of those interesting back and forths. But there are still quite a few people opposed to doing anything that would threaten the sanctity of so-called balance. The StarCraft scene exists purely to make sure that Clem, Serral, Raynor, and whoever the other people in the top 8 are, those guys eat like kings. The last thing we want to do is disrupt that. And those are all great players, but do we really not ever want to try and push new people into the space at all? I don't know. How long do things have to be the same? So things aren't the same anymore, by the way. These changes are big. They're, in my opinion, very awesome. I look forward to hopefully many, many more of them from the team. Yeah, but they raised Storm from like 80 damage to 120 or 130. You would hire me and put me in charge if you could. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you. That is a sweet thought. That is a sweet thought. Have your YouTube live up on my phone, your Twitch on my tablet that's muted. Didn't even realize. My man, Foster. Yo, Foster became a member on the YouTube. That's like the YouTube version of Twitch subbing. So I just want to say thank you very much for helping to support the channel and the content. If I can ever get back to the point where I'm doing well enough too, I would love to be able to put on like a weekly cup, get some pro games on the stream, put some money back in the hands of pros. I'm not just here to bitch about things that are or weren't. I'm also here to have good conversations about all of this stuff, and I love StarCraft. I want to see it continue to be a thing for a long time. So I appreciate everybody that watches. I appreciate everybody that sits through the ads, and especially anybody that can find a couple bucks to throw my way every now and again. You know, I took a full year off. I took a full year off of playing and streaming StarCraft, and it was a tough time just kind of being away. But I got a lot of clarity, got a lot of space, and I think all of those were good things. So I'm just happy to be here, just happy to be able to play this game, and I'm also very, very thankful and blessed that even though it definitely surprised me, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that there are these updates happening to the game again. I think it is so awesome. So. Bro is going ham with his oracles, though. Am I right or am I right? He's wildin'. You want an SSD signed by J-Dong? Nice, nice. Yo, Kami, good to see you. Good to see you. 25 months in Twitch, my dude. Hell yeah. But yeah, I've only been streaming again for a few months, so a lot of it has been figuring out different stuff, trying different things. I've got people who come in here expecting things to be the way that they were years ago and all of that, and you know, there's lots of expectations to manage. It's very exciting, really. It's very exciting. But things have been good lately. Things have been good. I'm living in certainly the nicest, best place I've been in my life, really. I'm just really happy with where we are, really happy with what's around us, and you know, I'm grateful every day I get out of bed and I get to look over at my wife, and then I get pile drived by my golden retriever because he realizes I'm awake. You know, those are the things that keep me fighting. All those years ago, bro, I was like streaming. I was streaming for so many years, just on that grind, doing 10, 12-hour days every day, like crazy, you know. And then getting to the point where I'm, you know, I've actually got a life now. It's pretty nice. It is. Not as much StarCraft stuff going on for me as it used to be, but you know, that seems to be the way how a lot of things in life go. If I'm lucky, you know, maybe we get a continue button to press one day. Oh my god, yeah, we're smoking them. This is pretty sick. BEA beautiful. Whoop whoop.
Moving into position. Lock pod is locked. Of course. Now what?
All right, we're gonna do something different this game again. I like mixing it up, guys. You will never see me come on here and do the same thing every game. I'm doing Reaper builds versus Zerg. I got Cyclone Cheese versus Protoss. I got Sky Terran versus Protoss. I got the Megazord build. Obviously, I can still throw it back with some battle cruisers if I need to. People are just always expecting it. When they see my name, Nathanias, when they see the name Nathanias, it's like seeing Thanos. They can't believe that they're about to get battle cruised. So even if I don't build BCs, people will usually spend gross amounts of resources preparing for them. So that's really the main reason why you won't see me building battle cruisers as much as I used to. But please don't think my passion for the BC ever went away. I'm just hoping that if I'm not the only guy building them for a few years or a few months or however long it takes, they'll realize that. They'll be like, guys, actually battlecruiser production dropped. It dropped by like 90%. No one's building them at all. They're like 90% drop in BC usage. Wow. How many players stopped? 1. And they're like, oh shit. So that's my hope. My hope is that if I just don't build battlecruisers for a while, maybe one day they won't suck. They won't suck monkey nuts. You know, it's a dream. It is. Getting damn prisms going, man. This guy's prism rocking and rolling. Let's see what you got. He has no upgrades, by the way. Those zealots are 0-0. We'll almost be able to move out soon. We're a little bit supply blocked right now, and one more wave of Thors and maybe 2 more rounds of Liberators should be enough to get us there, though. As you can see, we're pretty held back just by supply at the moment. When you're trying to spend 18 supply at a time, it gets pretty easy to go over, I must admit. Nice to see you still playing. Haven't seen you in like 10 years. Hell yeah, man. I got married, got a dog, moved to Washington, and loosened up a little bit. Yeah, that's about it. That's the TLDR. Well met. Do I have any real-life friends I've tried to introduce to Starcraft? You know, since we moved out here, actually, the only people that I've met, that me and my wife have met, that we've been hanging out and talking to, they actually know Blizzard games, so... I think my current best friend candidate is actually a Warcraft guy. He asked me if I knew who Grubby was, and I was like, oh my god, I've absolutely been in like orgies with that guy. So that was kind of exciting. Just joking, by the way. I'm joking. Usually I just watched. But yeah, like, so that was cool. So yeah, I'm hanging out with some nerds out here, which is really, really nice. Most of the people that I know out here, they're pretty big into like Magic the Gathering or that kind of thing. But yeah, we're getting a nice persona group of ragtag folks and whatnot. I'm putting together my persona cast out here. I've watched you so long cast tournaments, but never said hi in your chat. You're a legend of this game. Oh, that's really nice of you to say. Thank you. I love Starcraft, man. It's absolutely been the honor of my life to be involved with this game at all. Look at that push. Beautiful. Watch a Protoss army disappear. So that's been nice. We're making some friends. We're meeting some people out here.
Katie is obviously extremely popular at the brewery. She's been doing really, really well. So it's just been nice. She does the socializing. She does the socializing for us while I'm out here, and I go up and see her. I go up and see her a few times a week. Catch a beer after the stream, sort of deal. Did he have any other bases I should be aware of? The stasis ward thing was cute. Let's see, what were his upgrades? Because I kind of called him out on it earlier. Oh, he had 2-1 at the end. Okay, so maybe he started those forges after I pointed it out. He did have a fleet beacon, so he was thinking about going... I mean, he was building a mothership. He was literally building a mothership. Did he have more than one Stargate? That's the real question. No, I don't think so. Oracle in the corner of the map, too. That's the same one from the start of the game with 5 kills. What a psychopath. What a psychopath. Look how many cannons he built on the edge of the map, too. Stuff like that, when you get in people's heads... You notice how I didn't even have to do the Banshee stuff this game because he was already kind of just terrified of the air from the Liberators. All it took was 2 Liberators. He probably forgot it was there. That means he doesn't use F2 though, which means we should respect him more, right? Oh, Maddie, thank you. I appreciate that. Why not ranked? You know, the way that I play and run the stream kind of represents my approach with stuff these days. So I'm personally just very grateful. I'm very grateful to be able to come on here and play the game, and I don't really try to make it anything more than it is. I'm not here trying to be something that I'm not or present myself as anything more than a guy who's just coming here to nostalgia trip and enjoy an old flame of mine. If I get the itch to play some ranked games at some point, I might, but it's not something that I stress over. It's all the same queue anyway. There used to be a time in my stream where people would come in and tell me that I didn't take things seriously enough. I was too much of a memer. I had too much fun. Man, the worst thing I ever did was let those people get in my head. Seriously. Once I started taking things too seriously like everybody else, man, that was the worst thing that ever happened to me. Straight up. You imagine if I never let all those people get to me? I just kept doing things the way I was. My anxiety was crazy. Crazy. This is a TVP against a barcode. Now, what I've found that works well for me is I like to imagine that when I'm doing something that I enjoy or something that stresses me out, I try to imagine that there's a meter from like how serious something is or how much I let something work me up in a good or a bad way. But it can be a good way too. You know, it's like I don't really want to be spiking to 100. I don't really want to be doing that all the time. I don't really want to be down at 0 either. But like if I can kind of keep myself in this space where I'm aware, enjoying myself, not getting super manic or worked up really, keeping myself in that 50 to 75 range, and if I hit 100, it's going to be because something really incredible happens. That's all. But when I used to stream and stuff, like I would try to just push 100 24/7, and I try to give 110% of myself for 7 straight hours, and there was simply no way it could ever work. So, and I'm certainly not 22 anymore. So. If they come out with like a cool portrait for hitting a rank or something like that, maybe I would do it. That would be like obvious. But right now I don't think there's enough players on the ladder for things like Grandmaster to be that significant. I get Grandmaster immediately anytime I play ranked still, so I would just rather play unranked, play against a wider variety of opponents, maybe lose a little bit more because I'm, you know, I'm kind of just laid back and I'm playing without any delay and stuff, but that's fine. It's well worth the price. Well worth the price. And honestly, who could argue with an approach like that? Somebody who wants me to be worked up? That's not the way things go. It's not the way things go. And you may want that, but it's not going to happen. When you're trying as hard as you can and trying to spend your career trying to get into Silver League. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, ranked frustration was always tough because it's like, you know, you always want to be able to put into words like why something happens in a game. But when you get too into it, you know, when it becomes your whole day, when it becomes the only thing that you have, it's just very different. I don't spend my time worrying about my Starcraft games anymore, you know. I'm just kind of like, I hope Katie's having a nice shift. I hope nobody's being an asshole over there. I hope that when she comes back tonight, she's feeling well enough that we can relax and enjoy ourselves. My wife, she's helping to manage a brewery in town. That was what she was doing when I met her. She used to run. She was a manager at Farmstrong down in Burlington, but she's doing some other stuff now. But you know, I'm like, that's what I think about. That's what I think about. I'm like, maybe the most important thing I do is that I don't make such an ass of myself that she has to worry about me. Maybe I just come out here, enjoy myself, and tell her, if I can tell her that I'm having fun doing this, she can see right through me if I lie to her. So when I tell her that I'm enjoying myself and she doesn't give me that look of concern, you know, that really is how I know I've come very, very far. If it wasn't for her, I probably would have never pulled my head out of my ass, honestly. Uh-oh. Move it up, down, left, right, oh. Oh, did I really not research Cloak? How is it not done yet? What did I... Oh, 2 seconds. That's okay. Sometimes it's skibbity be like that. Now see there I probably hit 80. You know why? Because I feel like a dumbass. There you go, Pharmacos. There you go, exactly. Well, Nate, what if he has the tower? You should probably just check it. No? Okay. And check the other one. You've had your fun. Damn, he went straight for me. Oof. You know what? I'm just going to tap out, guys. He's playing very defensively and just kind of catching all my stuff, so just go next. Anytime we get into a game like that against a barcode who's trolling us, just moff next. Or in other words, Nathan made boo-boo and left game. That you can also interpret it that way. Feel like I lost the plot there. But yeah, I mean, obviously, if there was ever a real incentive to like play hard, you know, that obviously I would do that. Who knows? Maybe one day there'll be regional tournaments again. I'll be playing in WCS 2.0 qualifiers in 15 years, guys. Okay. I'll be one of the only Starcraft casters that can qualify for the under 50 league. Another barcode Protoss. There it is. All right. What do I do with all these cantaloupes? SC2 Valencia Final 2018 was the very first match I watched. I remembered you were the host, Cyril versus Haas, epic game. Dude, that was so sick. That was such a sick event, man. Like, Haas was like a player that, for a few years, his cheese stuff started to work really well. Those were some crazy matches. I remember that DreamHack Valencia because that was where I took that photo with Estrella with the flag. I always remember that. I remember Soulkey had quite a run at that event too, if I recall. I think I was hosting that one. I'm not even... Did I cast or host that? I remember Moonglade was there. I think Moonglade was there and Brendan Valdez, right? I think that's who I cast that one with. I can't remember if anybody else was there. I mostly just remember Nathan, Moonglade, and Brendan. And then maybe there was one other Old Boys Club guy. Man, Valencia was always such a good time. I love that place. That was the StarCraft vacation event. They always had the after party at some place on the beach. Oh. I partied pretty hard in Sweden, but I'd say the second hardest I partied was Spain. I could drink Spanish sangria. If I could get it straight, if I had like a special magic cup that just filled with actual Spanish sangria from Spain whenever I wanted it, that would probably replace my other, outside of the obvious, cost of an unlimited bottle of sangria. Let's try to exclude that aspect. That's some good shit, man. Nothing like fresh chopped up apples in there. Oh my god. White Raw was the one who got me hooked on those. White Raw got me crazy hooked on those. 2019 Winter Finals was the last time I saw you cast, I think. Yeah, it's been a minute. 2019 Winter Finals. Yeah, we did 2019 was when we went to Korea for opening weekend. I remember because we did the planning for the event out of a WeWork in Gangnam. That was a fun time. That was a very, very, very fun time. That was the event where we had to have a phone call with Blizzard back in America about whether they should hotfix the invincible Nidus worms or not. People just went Swarmhost Nidus every game that BlizzCon and won every game. It was pretty brutal. It was pretty brutal. Did they hotfix it? No, they did not. No third on the way. We got a few of his lings. Oh, there we go. La cucaracha. I mean, he didn't even try to take a third base during that. And he threw away the only lings he had, so, you know, it definitely smelled a little. Mogaras? Oh yeah, I don't know about him. Is there something in your contract with Blizzards that prohibits you to speak about balance or flaw of the games you cast? No, we never had anything like that. Usually I would just get these really disturbing emails from them anytime that I like asked for a raise saying, we're sorry that you don't want to be a part of Starcraft anymore. That was usually how they handled contract negotiations, but no, they never told us what we could or couldn't talk about. Blizzard never had a problem with me balance whining or doing any of that. They only ever made one request of me, which was not to say stuff like the developers are oxygen deprived, which I agreed to. That was probably a bridge too far, you know. I certainly was a much younger person who didn't exactly understand what the best ways to phrase certain things would be. Not a lot of role models for a guy like me growing up, unfortunately. You know, I'm a rough around the edges kind of guy. Just need to make sure I have any Hellions here. Did I violate that request? Nah. No, you guys want to know the biggest thing I ever did where I pissed off Blizzard was when I certainly had quite a rant about the Ghost anti-armor ability in the Legacy of the Void beta. That was the only thing I ever got in trouble for. I said some pretty dumb shit about the Legacy of the Void test patch. That was about it. I think that's the only time I ever got called in by those guys. Was when I said that whoever thought of the anti-armor drone for the Ghost instead of giving it a real ability had to be like one of the biggest morons of all time. When they told me that the entire Blizzard internal company Slack had been posting that was that was one of the most humiliating moments of my life. They made me watch that shit in the conference room with the entire board. It was legendary. I never did any of that shit again. I never got in trouble with them again after that. And to be fair, the Ghost anti-armor drone thing was one of the worst ideas ever in the history of StarCraft. Just as long as we're keeping score. Look at him go. He's crazy. Yeah, I don't think he's going to stop flooding us here, huh? All right, GG, let's go next. You remember when Protoss wasn't ever OP either? Yeah, exactly. Well, you know, the thing is, like, I was really young, and being on the internet and, like, talking in front of a camera was, like, a new concept in general. So I think, like, I've always kind of been ahead of the curve, but unfortunately I was ahead of the curve on, like, rage bait, you know? I kind of learned earlier than other people that you could just say blatantly incorrect shit, and you could get, like, 20 people that would never talk in your chat to write, you know? Like, I wouldn't even need to believe a guy was cheating. Like, if I lost a game and felt bad about it, I would just be like, yeah, he's probably watching the stream, you know? You could just throw shit like that out there, and you could get people to come in and argue with you about literally anything. It was easy, you know? All I did was work. I didn't really have, like, anybody that I didn't have anybody in my life at that point. So almost all my interactions were on the internet, and people really ate that shit up. So, you know, I just thought to myself, oh yeah, if I come out here and say, hey guys, please don't take anything I say seriously, Protoss players are idiots, you know, like, wasn't exactly the best thing to do. But as a guy who, you know, was coming away from food stamps and living on the floor, I was like, man, if this is what people respond to, what people watch and platform and do, then, you know, I was just going to keep doing that. So I was encouraged to be aggressive and loud and all of that. And obviously most people in Starcraft are actually very hateful towards each other, you know? There are people who play this game. You'll still find people call each other monkeys and apes and all sorts of horrendous shit every day in this game. Like, there's plenty of those folks. So, you know, I try to distance myself as much as possible from those individuals, but I don't really do that kind of thing. That's why I come out here and play unranked. I'm completely unapologetic about that, you know? The last thing I would ever want to do is misrepresent, so... But yeah, exactly. I just did it because everybody else did it, and nobody else ever really got in trouble for it. I just think a lot of people didn't like me for whatever reason, you know? Maybe it was because of the way my voice sounds, or maybe it's because I play Terran. I don't really know, but I mostly just did the same thing as everybody else. And you guys will be shocked to hear this, but the first time that I was asked not to talk shit about Zerg players by somebody, I stopped, and I didn't do it ever again. So, you know, I just happened to be a dumbass, really. Not whatever it was SC Reddit decided I was, but yeah. Just a guy trying to figure out life completely on his own for a very, 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 very long time. But yeah, there's a lot of animosity in StarCraft like that. So it's just one of those things, you know. When I talk to people about the game, I don't talk about that stuff. But, like, you know, if you're one of those people, if you're like me, and you're like, you know, Nate, I actually do love the idea of just enjoying StarCraft and not being angry about it anymore all the time. This is the place for you. This is the place for you. All right? The saltiest thing I'll do is whine about playing some guy 5 times in a row, and I'll say I need to take a minute to step away so I don't get queued by him again. That is really it. That is the extent of our toxicity here these days. Who was my favorite to cast with? I loved casting with everybody. I only got nominated for an award casting with Apollo, so, you know, I'm a little bit biased there. But, you know, I had many good years with Roddy. I love everybody that I've worked with. We had a really tight-knit group in WCS, so I'm gonna say probably all my best casts were with Roddy or Jeff. Roddy, Jeff, or Sean for sure. I only did like 2 or 3. I think I only did like 2 or 3, maybe 2 or 3 casts with Day 9. I didn't cast with Sean too much. But we had some good matches over the years. I know I did at least one BlizzCon with him. We didn't end up getting booked for the same thing too many times. He had already been kind of stepping away at that point. Who do I want to cast with that I never got to? I don't think anybody. I think I got to cast with everybody I wanted to. The only known people that I never cast a game of Starcraft with is probably just people that stopped casting before I was doing it. So maybe like Husky. I never cast with Husky. I never cast with. I was gonna say I think I might have cast with Grubby. I probably did a WCS match with him at some point. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, no, it's Zombie Grub. Well, I've cast with Zombie Grub a bunch of times. Zombie Grub did WCS America with me in Control quite a few times. She was down there pretty often. She was down there quite often. White Raw? Well, if you want to name pro gamers that I haven't cast with, then I suppose the list gets a bit longer for sure. Yeah, it's like crazy how many things like nobody will just tell you, you know. I also grew up in like bumblefuck redneck conservative area too, so the language people use for people they don't like in those parts of really anywhere in this country are quite you know, I certainly didn't have a lot of good influences around me. It's a very, very aggressive place. I like grew up in one of those places that rages about people on food stamps and stuff, like while I was this child of an immigrant on food stamps. So it was like I got bullied a lot in school. I don't know, I probably just took that shit out on everybody I laddered against for a few years too while I was at it. I'm working on it though. I'm working on it. Finding better ways to communicate and express myself. You know, if I don't have any good reason to do it, at least I can try to be less of a, you know, be a better husband anyway. I may not ever get to be up on the big stage again doing crazy ass StarCraft tournaments. And maybe those events will never happen again, or maybe there will be a bunch and I'll at least get to watch them. I'm happy either way, but I will say I've certainly learned a tremendous amount through the formative years that I went through in my life. Commentating StarCraft, living out on my own on the opposite side of the country from everything that I knew was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. Everything about it. Yeah, he's turtling up. He's already getting a bunch of static defense. Bunch of static defense. Big push. All right, I think that's game. Let's go next. Hey, Worse, welcome. The good old, I don't know, Kev. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Maximus. I appreciate that. Joined late to the convo, but your tone made it seem like you could no longer cast. Well, I'll be honest with you. I still get invited and offered to do stuff. Most of the time, it's things like that I can't really afford to do because most stuff is volunteer these days, or the hours are kind of crazy. And I did cast an ESL tournament last year. So, I mean, you know, it's really hard to go against a narrative, right? That there's a lot of evidence for. That it's like, it's true, I haven't really cast all that much. But like, what is anybody else also casting? Do you know what I mean? There's EWC, and almost everything else is just volunteer work. So it's like, it's true. If I made a bunch of money from EWC, if I got the $20,000 everybody else got casting the EWC, that'd be nice. But that still wouldn't be enough to, you know, that's not enough to live off of either. I just don't think there's that much opportunity. We used to have like 10 premier events a year. And even the slow years were like 4 or 5 premier events, and we still had online qualifiers for those. Like, up until EPT stopped, I still got hired to do all of that. So, I get that maybe I was like relegated to a B tier guy because of the drama stuff, but like, nobody ever told me I couldn't do stuff. I just don't think there's just not enough happening. Maybe I'm wrong on this, but I sincerely believe if we had 6 premier events get announced for next year, I'd probably be a part of at least one of them. I do believe that. But there's only one big tournament the whole entire year, so they can only hire so many people. Would I do the Saudi tournament if asked? Honestly, not really something I'm just going to say this. I enjoy that I don't have to make that decision. I got offered a different job there. I got offered a job to go there and be a stream technician for them. But, you know, that wasn't something I really wanted to do, so I didn't want to have to go live over there. Not really crazy about it, to be honest. What do I do for a living then? I hustle, baby. I hustle. No, I've only been streaming for like 3 months. I had a full-time job for the last year. Thankfully, I work very hard. My wife works very hard. Our investments over the last few years have done very well. So, you know, we've been in a place where we've just been kind of hanging in there and waiting for whatever the next big opportunities for us are. This brewery that Katie's been at has been going really, really well for her. She's very well liked there. It's a pretty successful business, very busy. They've got incredible beer. So, you know, things have been good. We've been in a better area. There's more opportunities out here where we are. I only started streaming again a few months ago. So, you know, does this work out? Do I get to a point where I've got a couple hundred subs at some point and I can just play Starcraft all the time like old days? Maybe. But until something else comes up, that's what I'm going to try to do, you know? If I get another opportunity like the other job that I had before, something like that, then I'd probably stream a little bit less. But as you guys know, even when I was working full time, I still did a handful of streams throughout the year, so. I think there's only one caster that refused to do those events, but I don't know if he talks about it, so I don't want to say. But there's only like one. There's one other guy that gets offered to do EWC that says no. Good to see you again, Nate. Hey, well met. Happy Wednesday. Yeah, so she's closing. She's closing tonight, so she'll probably be home in the next like hour or two. But she doesn't have to work tomorrow or Friday. So we are going to get fucked up tonight, play some video games until like 2 in the morning, sleep until 2 in the afternoon, have an absolutely great day doing nothing at all. And then on Friday, the in-laws are coming up and we're going to show them our neighborhood. We're going to show them around. We're going to show them the duck pond. I've been taking so many pictures of the ducks by the pond, guys. If you want, I could show you after this game, but I got a really nice video of the ducks all swimming. It was really, really nice. It was really, really nice. So that's what I do. I wake up in the morning, I take my dog out, I go for a walk by the pond. I just look at the birds, man. We got red-winged blackbirds out here. There's like one big heron at the pond as well. And there's just been a bunch of ducks. They're the kind of ducks that dive. Like they go under the cold water. They're crazy bastards. But there's just a bunch of little guys just out there motoring their tiny legs, and You know, when when the problems in my life feel too big for me to face, I like to just go out there and stare at the water and just I'm getting a little bit of it just thinking about it. I mean, that was the biggest thing I always complained about when I was living in Los Angeles. The thing I missed the most was the trees, rain, you know, weather. I grew up in the Poconos, man. I was surrounded by beautiful nature. Things weren't easy, but I was surrounded by beautiful nature. That was always where I took my solace. We didn't have electricity, we didn't have internet, no TV. I just go for a walk in the woods for 2 hours, you know? That's what I would do. I would just go walk around. Being able to do stuff like that again, you know? Let's go next. Being able to do stuff like that again is like incredible for me. So I've always had a deep connection to just outdoors. I love looking around, exploring, all of that. If I win the lottery, I want one of those houses that has like river or stream or creek in the backyard somewhere, you know? Like that's my dream. Just pitch a tent out. Pitch a little tent right outside the creek and just, we're getting there. It takes some time, but we're gaining yards, you know? Like they say, sometimes just 1 yard at a time. You took some pictures of the full moon tonight? Nice, nice. When it's mating season, those guys are relentless. Yeah, well, they don't come over to us, thankfully. We got chickadees as well. We got a lot of chickadees. My wife was telling me that the chickadee, they do more DDDDDs when they do their call, depending on like whether there are predators or threats around or something like that. It's hard to communicate with people sometimes. It's really nothing I want more than peace. There's nothing I love more than my time to just kind of sit down and just breathe and stare out. That's my happy place. We're probably gonna do that tonight. We'll probably go for a nice moonlit walk. The moon's been big. Moon's been big today, this last week. Go for a nice stroll. Have a beer. Have a cocktail. Watch a shitty movie. I think we still got a little bit more of this episode of Below Deck. Actually, sorry. We were watching Real Housewives. We're watching Real Housewives of Salt Lake City, and they're doing a crossover with Below Deck, the other reality show where they're like the crew of a yacht, of a super yacht. So they put these basic ass bitches on the yacht, and it got so bad that like the whole crew and the captain are just like, they're just in one of the indoor rooms, just being like, should we go try to like stop them from screaming at each other? And they're like, mate, this is what we signed up for. But yeah, Captain Jason, stay based. Anyway, yeah, so that's what we've been up to. Been good stuff. It's been good stuff. They did a Real Housewives of Salt Lake crossover with Below Deck, and bitches get catty real quick. That's all I'm gonna say. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. We stand Whitney. I'm pretty neutral on Bronwyn. Obviously, Lisa Barlow is the craziest bitch ever, like of all time. She's gonna get a trophy one day. I hope she does. She's earned it. If it wasn't for her, I don't know if I would have been able to stomach watching more of that show. But some people are just next level. Sometimes it be like that. How do we feel about Storm now that changes have been out for a bit? I'm indifferent on it. People don't use it too often against me. Supermoon tonight? Is it? I wasn't sure if it was a waxing or a waning gibbous the other night, but it was pretty bright outside. I was caught off guard. I was caught off guard by how well lit it was. What you got? Alright, he's ready for it. It is truly incredible. It is truly incredible how much respect people play with when they play against me. He was beyond ready. He was not going to take any chances. This is the guy we spanked like 2 hours ago, I think. He's not taking any chances. He wouldn't be sitting in his base like that if he wasn't worried about what I got. So I just gotta repeat that to myself and say that he's not just doing it to mess with me, right? He's just fearful of getting caught with his pants down because I am being more active on the map than I typically otherwise would be. And all I have to do is build like 2 Banshees and he'll make like 15 photon cannons too, so that part is nice as well. Let's start the PI. Damn. Well, if I can't get my 3rd base up here, we might have to tap out. I don't think I can really break out here. But if he contains me that hard, I'll tap. Looks like he doesn't have another observer, thank God. These Banshees, man, they could be a real lifesaver. Also keeps the focus off my natural, which is a much more common harass point. You basically shock people with how fast you take the 3rd, that they don't even think about any of your other bases. Like, I ain't got shit over here, but he's not looking at that, so that's Starcraft, baby. And now he has an observer, but there's a planetary. Uh-oh. Alright, now let's skip to the part where he makes 500 photon cannons for me. We're photon cannon people now. We get the 4th base, go up to 5 starports. There it is. Look at that. I don't even need to do anything. Just keep these units home. Save the supply. Save the resources. No cap. Brother in Christ just spent like 10,000 minerals on static defense for me. Look at that. He even stormed his own Archon for me. Beautiful. Beautiful. But yeah, see, there's no reason for me to jeopardize what I've got at this point. He's turtled up. He's turtled up like crazy. Probably put the first one here. Space it a little better. And he'll probably try another drop on that cliff. That should be enough. Get Raven upgrades. The most important thing to do anything with this build is that you just have to make sure you get +2 ship weapons. When you have +2 ship weapons, your Banshees can kill probes through shield batteries. Your Liberators will 2-shot Stalkers, which is really, really, really important. But yeah, if he's making a bunch of cannons at all of his bases, then I really don't want to throw the Banshees away, because we actually do want them for the final attack later. So we've got basically everything we need. He's not really in a committed type of position here, so. +2 on the way. Once +2 is done, we can push. But the two-shotting of the Stalkers is like, it's too important. We can't move out without that. Especially with all the photon cannons he has. Especially with the static defense that he's been accumulating. But ideally, he does what we want him to do. And he just goes straight into Stargate, and we just try to take a good fight, split against the Storms, and beat him in the open against his air army. And if he doesn't have any kind of an air army, then we should be in very good shape. That was everything he had. Yeah, fight him. He's trying. I mean, that's a lot to throw, too. Thankfully, the base with more resources is the one that I've been able to hold on to. I think in this position, we just make nothing but Liberators, right? We just need to get a bunch more. Just to buy us time to get our 4 bases mined out, anyway. That's nice, though. He did attack us. I appreciate that. He took a big swing. I'm not gonna planetary this one though. We need the money, and he's gonna probably pop the base in one fell swoop like he did before when he decides that that's what he wants to do. He might be going into Tempest like right now. That would probably, this is like his window, more or less. Especially while I'm not actually making Vikings. He traded out for a pretty significant portion of my army. I need to replace some of the Ravens and then just go into pure Viking from this point. You wish you had bunkers with the turrets on top? If I could make every command center an orbital, I would. There's literally no other static defense for ground units that doesn't cost supply, though. That's the hardest thing about Terran. That is without a doubt like the toughest thing about it. Yeah, let's clear him out. Hey, we'll see how much more you can throw away next, right? This is why I just keep building command centers. We've got plenty. Either he's gonna mine himself out trying to attack us, or we're gonna be able to secure a little bit of a better foothold. That's it. I like that he's trying something different, though. He's trying to find something that'll work here. I'm just surprised he hasn't tried to go like up in the middle here. You know, I just kind of figured that would naturally be where this progresses. We're gonna find out this guy's got like every base on the map. He's playing some SimCity shit. We're approaching that level. If he's just gonna keep YOLOing on the base though and not even trying to fight the army, then what we do is we just make them all orbitals. That's it. Just make them all orbitals, and then when he tries to dive them, we can lift it off. But he's not even trying to fight our army. He's just trying to dive the base and then catch us scrambling. So I say we just make them all orbitals, because again, our only goal is to just max out so we can attack him. Now he's scared of us expanding. This is good. It's good for us. You got more pylons on the map for me, baby? Damn, look at that. GG. Well played. Used to be an auto turret duration upgrade. Yeah. It was called, what was it? Some sort of like frame thing. Not Neo Steel frame, but there was a different like, or was it like something payload or materials or some sort of, yeah, it was a long time ago. They got rid of that upgrade when they nerfed the swarm host. They got rid of that upgrade when they nerfed the swarm host. Those 3-minute auto turrets and those swarm hosts that could prolong a game for 5 hours. Those were some crazy times in Starcraft, man. Those were some crazy times. Yeah, made in Japan auto turrets. Yeah, exactly. Then the American designers had to be like, guys, how are you going to make money if this shit doesn't fall apart in 3 weeks? All right, TVZ. Yeah, point defense drone. No, it was called like durable materials or something like that. I feel like that it was something like that. It's been a long time. Point defense drone would last like 3 minutes. The auto turrets would last like 3 or 4 minutes. Crazy. They did a lot less damage than they do now. Like auto turrets do, I think, somewhere like 18 or 16 damage now. They've been nerfed a little. They used to do like 21 or 24, which was pretty nuts. And then they made it so, but they used to be only like 8 damage. Used to only be 8 damage. Used to only be 8 damage for the auto turret. They were not really good. They really weren't good. The only good thing about them was that you could drop like 3 of them around a base, and then you didn't need to make a planetary. But they weren't really that good either. So, still took like 6 hits to kill a Zergling. So 2 or 3 turrets wouldn't be enough anyway. They were pretty poorly designed, I'll say. That's because Seeker Missile was good. Well, actually, Seeker Missile wasn't good until it got reworked in Heart of the Swarm. But in all of Wings of Liberty, Seeker Missile was considered pretty terrible because it actually took multiple seconds to actually start approaching the enemy unit. But if they walked away from it, it would fizzle out. It only had like 6 range. The Seeker Missile back in Wings of Liberty, anyway. It only had 6 range. It costs more energy. But in Heart of the Swarm, they made Seeker Missile pretty crazy. They made it so you could cast it twice with 1 Raven, so they made the amount you could use per Raven double, and then they also made it so that it didn't fizzle out anymore, and like you only had to lock on from like 10 range away instead of 6, and then it became really sick. I miss it big time. Some good shit. Pool first. Damn, he's cheesing me, huh? He's cheesing us over here. Bro. Bro heard me talking shit about Lisa Barlow. He came for me. Do you think he's ever killed a command center doing that? That's pretty wild. We're doing it. Get an engineering bay together. Let's go next. Remember when disruptors acted like a reaver and exploded when things touched their center position? Oh, dude, they were sick, man. They were sick. The Twitch server down? I restarted it. It did say that I got disconnected from the ingest server, but the game is not having any issues. I'm not losing any access to anything. I think there might be some server stuff going on somewhere. Could be. I don't think I would be able to play the game if... I don't think I'd be able to play the game. I can see my Apple Music saying that it's having some issues connecting to the server, and I saw a little bit. I saw the connection quality said it dipped a little before it like disconnected, but I'm not having any issues in the game, playing the game. I'm not having like the chat is loading. I'm not disconnecting from chat or anything, so I'm sorry about that. It's probably them saying, Nathan, you need to finish up your show because you've been going for like 5.5 hours, and yeah. So let's try to play one more game. Let's see. Pooch. It could be the weather too. Might be the weather affecting stuff around here. Doesn't take much bandwidth to play Starcraft, but maybe the stream stuff is getting a little lagged from the wind or whatever. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, if the stream drops again, I'll just let you guys know. If the stream drops again, I'll probably won't turn it back on, and I'll just see you guys on Saturday. But otherwise, I'll try to see if we can get one more in here. Yeah, before Twitch disconnected, my music app was saying it couldn't connect to the internet. But I'm like playing the game and chat is still moving, so I was just like, fuck if I know. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. You're getting sleepy too? All good, all good. Yeah, I want to take the dog out and make sure I do the dishes and stuff before Katie gets back. Sometimes, usually squeeze in a bath while I'm at it too. So I've got a little 10-15 minute tidy I like to do before she gets home. But you know, it's easy to play Starcraft these days, man. It's easy to play the game now. There's so many different things to try. There's so many different strats, so many different builds you can do. I probably should have stopped at 5 hours, but I like doing this. Maybe one day I won't be able to, you know? Just try to enjoy myself. So honestly, I thought about that a lot when I was working. I thought about that a lot. I didn't really know how things would go if I ended up doing streaming stuff again, but there was that full year where I was wondering about what I would do if I was doing it again. Because I didn't think I would be. I didn't think I would be streaming again. You have to assume that he's like proxying more than just this. But since the Stalker got desynced from the Zealots, you know, we want to take these guys where we can. Yep, there it is. Nice try.
It didn't work, my friend.
Nice recovery. Thanks, man. Hanging in there. I could probably get across here, right? I actually did let that Liberator shoot a good few times, so that's nice. Do I still stream on Twitch as well? Yes. Yes, I do. The horizontal format is available on Twitch. Does anyone use science vessels? They don't have science vessels in StarCraft 2, tragically, but if they did, I probably would use them. TBH. TBH.
As you say. Easy.
Add-on done. Swap away.
Now what? Wait.
Imagine not getting that tank. Bro, that would be like terrible for him. Am I right or am I right? Lol. No, I wish we had science vessels in SC2 though. I do. I just wish we had more units in general.
Good thing you've got more of those, right? Upgrade.
We're almost at +2 air weapons, by the way. Yeah, but you can play with science vessels if you use like Swan in co-op mode, of course. That's good. Oh my god, I need to turn off the Halloween alerts. Jeez, man. It's scaring me. Tank noob extends their 48 tendrils from the wall. Wow, 48 tendrils. That's a lot, man. He's min-maxing his tendril game. He's min-maxing that tendril game. You haven't seen a battle cruiser in a while? Yeah, they're gone extinct. They're gone extinct. There's nobody left. There's nobody left who builds battle cruisers in this game. Nathanias used to. But even though he was a mild-mannered streamer that nobody gave the time of day, the battle cruiser, even though he was the only one who made them, the battle cruiser still got nerfed many, many times. It was a tragedy. It really was. BCs, it's just not the game for them anymore. If that ever changes, believe me, I'll be the first person building them again. But I can't let the fact that I'm the only guy who builds them somehow be the justification for them never being allowed to be useful. So I would just rather not. Hell yeah, Rybug. And thank you, Tank Noob. I hope you're doing well, man. Always good to see you. Always good to see you in the chat. Oh, he's going carrier. See? We're there. This is like the ideal situation. This is the ideal outcome for us here. Yeah, Nathanias. Nathanias was the last battlecruiser guy. Maybe one day battlecruisers will see their day in the sun. Yes, do it. Oh my god, I've been waiting for this part. Yeah, that's right. Run, baby. Run. Run, run as fast as you can. Yeah, let's fight. Got him. Look at that, baby. Look at that. I can't believe he pushed with so few units, too. I would have given him a lot more time. I would have given him a lot more time before I attacked him. I wasn't sure if I could take the fight, but he forced me to fight him, so. Okay, just one more. Not bad. Not too shabby. What were his upgrades? I had +2 weapons. +3 was almost done. He had 1-1. So we were in a pretty good spot upgrade-wise there. 1,000 to 3,000 APM. What? Yeah, I use rapid fire. I'm able to get a really specific system configuration because I play on Linux, so I'm able to do things like set really crazy ass repeat rates and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Look at that. See? I hacked it. I hacked it to say well met to you. Did you guys see that? Did you see how I hacked it? Ugh. What a game. What a good game. What a great game. What a great day of games, huh? We got a couple of highlights from this one, too, I think, as well. Awesome, as always. Just dropped in here for a bit. Normally see you on Twitch. Yeah. I stream on YouTube and Twitch. The YouTube stuff has been really nice. I mean, a lot of really awesome folks have been coming by and, you know, patronizing the stream, and I've just really been appreciating that, so. Yeah, but in order to avoid messing up my wrists even more from playing this game for, like, you know, a decade and a half, I use rapid fire for my attack move and my patrol. This way, I don't have to A-click anymore. I can just use rapid fire for all abilities, whether I'm attacking or moving or repairing. I don't have to click 500 times, because that was really hard on my wrist. So, tuned in. I just want to say thank you. I appreciate everybody who followed, everybody who subbed, a couple folks Twitch subbed as well. God bless you guys, and I want to give one more big shout out to Cranky Ducklings for raiding the stream. Thank you, Cranky Ducklings. I hope you guys are doing very well. I wish you all the best, and God bless you. So, you just started using rapid fire, and it's so nice. Hell yeah, man. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all